Jean Ordenfall spent his childhood on his family's farm, just south of the Duvet Forest. His parents, Derlin and Macy, had raised him well, teaching him what he needed to know to one day take over. Financially, they did quite well for themselves, carting their crops to nearby towns and cities for sale, although the frigid weather that often surrounded their home did not make it an easy life. As is the case with most youngins living the farm life, Jean eventually sought to see what else the world had to offer, and so he left in search of what opportunities the neighboring city had for him. It wasn't long before he realized the city life was not his to live. The boy who left, though, had become a man, and the man had met a woman, a blacksmith's daughter by the name of Cerithia. They fell for each other quick, and before they knew it, their love blossomed into a marriage and a son. The son they named Derlin, after Jean's father. Jean eventually returned home to his parents' farm with his family, where they made a life for themselves, a new life for his wife and son, but one all too familiar to Jean. They were happy. That is, until the day vile creatures from beyond the veil made their way into their home. After being driven from his homeland by the insatiable undead that now plague it, Jean seeks out those brave enough to aid him in cleansing his land of the foul fate that befell him and his family, and exacting the vengeance he so eagerly thirsts for.
As a child, Celeste Highcrest would never have dreamed of leaving the sheltered life of luxury she had become accustomed to. Born to two noble parents in a land far beyond the Vale, Celeste's childhood had been fraught with expectation. Her father, High Archivist Saran Highcrest, had set high standards for his two children, and the elder of those two elves, Celeste's sister Cressida, had surpassed all of them. Cressida had found her talents at an early age, her nose buried in books, and magic coming to her as easy as breathing. Celeste, however, had struggled in the shadow of her sister's success for as long as she could remember, never quite meeting the expectations of her father, and always the object of his disappointed glances. When the two elves came of age, they sat the entrance exam to join their father at the sanctum, to become mentored under his tutelage and scribe ancient texts in the archives. Cressida, to no one's surprise, had passed the exam with overwhelming success. Celeste, on the other hand, held true to her long-standing tradition of always being second best. It was rare that one should ever choose to leave their homeland, but never being able to escape the constant overshadowing from her sister, Celeste had decided it was finally time to break free of this tradition. For here, she would always be Cressida's sister, never her own person. But if she were to leave, perhaps she could finally forge her own path. She found her way to the dimension door, stepping through for the first time and finding herself in a land strangely familiar, yet unlike anything she had ever experienced. She boarded the first ship she came across, bound for the kingdom of Gwel, and spent years traveling these oceans between continents, desperate to find something worthy enough to bring home as tribute to her family. Until one day, the news found her. The door that she had stepped through to enter this plane had vanished, along with every other door that could lead her home. Now stuck, seemingly an entire universe between her and her homeland, Celeste is searching for answers, and some miracle that could lead her home again.
Ingue grew up in an exclusive, reclusive community of druids. His elders, ancient and wise, one of the greatest, his mother, was a great storyteller, and he grew up sharing their stories. While the community has very strict rules and customs and routines, each member is encouraged once in a lifetime to travel out into the world and experience the trials and tribulations, bring back their challenges to share and to tell the story of the world.
Oh, Hopefully now
Yay.
everyone should be able to hear everyone and everything. Just
Oh my
a
God.
second. It's a little Carlton move there. Yeah, we'll watch that.
Huzzah!
As far as I can see, at least, everything should be functioning. But last time I was also mistaken, so here we are once again with technical difficulties. I'm going to just double check on my phone that I can hear my own ugly voice. And once I've checked that, we can continue.
I hate it when it's like, can you please
I
check
can
if
hear
you
your
can hear
voice.
us? And I'm like, oh, I don't
Yeah.
want to hear myself.
That's
I just unmuted the stream. I can hear you
Yeah.
all.
Don't
Cool,
make me
cool.
do it.
Let's leave it at that then. Cool. Well,
Woo!
oh,
Hey. Appreciate the
now
sub,
an
Dizzy.
agent
Thank you
of
so
action.
much.
Thank you so
Yay,
much, Dizzy.
subscriber.
Oh, you did it at the right time because now we can interact with people before
Yeah.
technical difficulties begin and we all get fired and sent to Ukraine to fight. But yes, welcome back to Monsters and Mayhem. And I don't have a lot of announcements at the moment, other than we have a really cool Discord. So if anyone are interested, you can drop into our Discord, and we have a lot of cool things that we do. We have a really cool, warm community. We have some game nights where we play different weird games together, and we just hang out and take care of each other pretty much. It's a very nice little family. So please drop in and join us. I think that's the only thing I can think of at the moment.
One more thing.
Oh,
What's happening Friday?
oh yes, that's correct. We also have something going on Friday, the 1st of April. Whatever
Or do we?
that possibly could be, that could maybe be another live stream of some
It's a
sort.
very serious stream. Like, it's very
It's very
intense and dark and serious.
It's so intense, one of us could die. That's how bad. That might be an exaggeration, but you know, that kind.
I think everyone died in some way in that live stream, mentally or physically.
Obviously, we're bullshitting quite heavily, but on Friday, the 1st of April, tune in at the same time as usual, and we will show you something different. I'll leave it at that. I don't know how to follow up on that.
Different is good. Different is good.
Different is good. That's the title. Right. My name is Tom. I'm the producer and dungeon master of Monsters and Mayhem. And if you have more dice than minis that you got from miniporium.net, you come to the right place or wrong place, depending on how much you like minis, I guess, and how much you like dice. However, doesn't matter. Short recap. What happened last week? Any of you interested in explaining that one?
So there was a ship, right? And then it wasn't a ship; it was a dragon.
So far, so good.
And then battle happened, and I can't remember the end of the battle because I think Celeste was the only one alive.
Because you're only unconscious, at least. Everyone was rolling death saves at that point.
And then Jean saw his wife again. I pulled out a sick-ass sword from the stone. Drekit got marked with all the gods, which was weird. Then we went around and sat around a campfire and talked about stuff.
Right. Yeah. Pretty much accurate. You did have a full conversation with John's dead wife.
Mm-hmm.
There was a few things that happened as well. You also read some notes from the town crier that you hadn't previously had a look at yet, and one of them mentioned Midos being gravely injured by the alleyman slasher, it seemed. Amongst other things. And as far as I remember, last we left off, you had all bunkered down for the night on the way back towards Archidranis. And that's pretty much where we will start today's episode, I believe.
So we starting off as we're sort of like waking up from it, or?
Yes, let's say that.
Okay. How's everyone doing this morning? I think it's time we best head. I'm still sore from yesterday.
It's Quite an event.
5 more minutes.
Mhm.
I don't often agree with Drekik, but I wouldn't say no.
I don't normally sleep in, but my muscles hurt.
Yep, understood. All right, I'll do the last of the packing up. In the meantime, I can get everything ready.
John goes and just starts loading up the cart best he can and that. And if no one's up by the time he gets to taking off the tent, he's just gonna, like, functionally, if you pull the tent out, does it just close in on everything, or does it come up like an umbrella and then close?
So you would have to hold it in and lift it then. Like
Okay.
as soon as you click it, it kind of collapses into a parasol and then goes into the stick.
Okay.
So it's fairly big, the thing itself. So you wouldn't just be able to walk around with it.
Yeah. So if I lift it up and I hold it and then click it in, I imagine it should close and everyone should just fall out as it's closing type thing.
Yeah, so there's no bottom in it.
Yeah. Okay. Sweet.
Oh,
yeah. If no one's up by the time he does that, he does exactly that. He's gonna go lift up the tent and then whoosh, just close it up.
Correct.
And the
Also,
morning
I said
sun
the,
says hello.
Ingue is definitely up before that. He's like sitting off somewhere doing something weird.
You're
He's
playing
just
with like a
following
skull.
a trail of ants
That's the
somewhere.
first
Just like,
25
where are you going?
episodes in a nutshell. Fine. Alright.
Imagine there's a very brief moment of Jean seeing Drekik and Celeste sort of falling out and expecting Ingue to fall out and not seeing it and being like, oh no, and like looking at the thing and then looking around and then spotting like, oh, okay. Whew.
He's been consumed.
Yeah. And then
Yes.
go and put it on the cart and that, but yeah.
So you all had a good night's long rest. You're still bruised overnight because of, obviously, that was a fight. But you're feeling fine. You're feeling okay. Just a little sore.
Sean, that was so rude. That was so rude.
I figured it'd be the best way to get everyone up.
What
It's
about
been 5
asking?
minutes. I tried that. Everyone
No, you
wanted 5 more
didn't.
minutes.
You said it's time for us to get up, and we said 5 minutes. You didn't say, please, can you get up now?
Noted.
Yep.
I guess what's happens, so...
I remember that, Sean.
Yep.
My bad.
So
Okay,
what's
we
the
leave.
plan today? Are we going back to collect mana and then going up to the ivory clasp to make our way back to the kingdom?
Yeah, I think that's what we said yesterday.
Right, because
Yeah.
we need to check on your brother-in-law, Sean.
Yes, indeed. If you can, spare one. I would love if you could spare a message today out to him. Or at least to my sister to see if she can give us a heads up in case he's sort of still recovering or something.
Absolutely. What do you want me to say?
Just see we'd heard news and wanted to make sure he was okay. And if they need us, I'm happy to do what I can to return. Something to that extent.
Right. Well, I'll do that, and then you stay here because you'll probably have something to say back. And I'll put my ear up to my copper earring that I have. And I'll kind of tap it a couple of times.
Right.
Good morning
Who are you saying
This is-
to?
to Jean's sister.
Right.
Good morning. Not sure if you remember me. This is Celeste, Jean's compatriot. We heard news of an attack. I just want to make sure that everything's okay.
Takes a few seconds, and you receive a message from her as well. Oh hi! Of course I remember you. Yes, there's been a grateful. Sorry, a grueful. Sorry, I don't. It's been a horrible attack, and Midos is in and out of consciousness at the moment.
Jean, she says that yes, there's been a horrible attack, and Midos is currently in and out of consciousness.
Is that okay?
Okay. You can't send any more of those messages, can you?
I can send one more, but that'll be it for the day.
Do you think we should ask? I want to, but I know magic can be straining in that. I want to ask if they think they would need us, if they want, or at least want me there.
Are you going
For
to
any
want to
sort
go
of help.
anyway? Even if they're polite and say no, you're going to want to go anyway. We're already going back to the kingdom, so.
Well, but we're going there for them, right? Aren't we? Or I guess we do need to see her to get back to the room.
So you get another message, Celeste, while you're having this conversation with Sean. Danica can also cast spells. So she casts the same spell on you and says, he's alive and he's gravely injured. I think he might have lost his eye permanently. I hope you are all okay. We are very shocked, but okay.
Oh, that's awful to hear, Danica. Look, we're on our way back to the kingdom, and we'll come say hi and help out should you need us. We'll see you soon. So Jean, Midos is not in good condition. It appears that he has suffered some significant permanent damage. So as you heard, I just told Danica that we're on the way.
Thank you. Yeah. I understand the importance of what we need to do and our tasks ahead of us, but I'd be lying if this wouldn't be chewing on the back of my neck the whole time. Thank you.
I mean, at least we're going to the right continent, so it's at least it's a step in the right direction regardless.
True. All right. To Mana, I guess. Let's go grab her, and you can do whatever you need to do there, Drakik, before we head off.
Yes. Yes. And just starts packing up his stuff.
I'll be glad to get back to a slightly warmer climate, I'll tell you that much.
I've never known anything but this climate.
It's awfully frigid.
Is it?
Yes, you can't tell me you don't think it's cold, even though you're used to it. I feel as though some days I can't feel the tips of my fingers.
I don't know if I can identify it as cold being the only climate I've been part of, so... Who knows, your climate might be a volcano compared to what I'm used to.
Would be rather interesting, but it's not. We should go see a volcano one day. They're quite exciting.
That sounds exciting.
Does sound
Although they do
exciting.
smell. And this smell to them that I'm not partial to, but
Have you been to a volcano?
probably. Have I been to a volcano? Are there any volcanoes that exist? No.
Yes. There's volcanoes on the other side. They don't function exactly the same way, but there is volcanoes there. It's more like I should say, like, you turn the tap on really hot water, and it's lava, but it's constant. It's not going into eruption. Normally. At least.
Yes, I have, actually. All the time. Like a sauna. Like a sauna day.
And you've probably also seen volcanoes from afar. There's a few of them already on this continent. You've seen some near where the Dragon Empire is, for instance, and such. There's 2 or 3 volcanoes actively that I have put on the map that you probably would have seen at some point on the sea.
Yeah, so they're kind of littered in various places. I should take you there one day. Well, actually, probably not. They are quite dangerous. And like I said, the smell. But they're a sight to behold. Like giant angry mountains.
Like,
Interesting.
Does sound interesting.
actually, you have seen one very close up, Celeste.
Oh, just coming to me.
Sorry, I just need to double check where I put the last one. And you have been a place called Dragonthorn, which is an island with the volcano. So you've seen that one fairly close on this plane.
Have you been to Volcano Celeste? I have, actually. I've seen
Sorry.
several of them close up and personal.
Yes.
And they smell, right?
Yes, they do. They have a very strange smell that I don't enjoy.
Interesting. Well, turns towards the horses. Hey, Janice, have you finished your smelliness yet? Fair enough.
That was the mouth, not the other end.
All right.
Mr. John, are we like in a hurry? Should we rush, or should we just be racing?
I guess I can't think of any reason why we need to rush per se, or need to. But I mean, I'd be lying if I didn't say that the longer we were away from my sister and Miros, more would be scratching on my nerves. In addition, I don't think it's the best to leave Mana alone, sort of where she is for as long as she is. But once we got Mana, I guess we can take it a little more casually, as long as Celeste doesn't mind keeping in touch with Danica on occasion.
It's fine. I can only do it like once or twice per day, though.
Understood. Much appreciated.
I could send a message to Mana to be ready to go.
Oh, you can send these messages as well.
No, I'd have to send someone to tell her. It takes longer because they have to go visit her. But like they'd go far. If I sent a person who could fly, they'd get there faster than us and should be ready to go.
Yeah. I don't see any negative to that, so that I imagine that should suffice. That would do us well, I think.
Okay, I'll once we start going, I'll see if I can find any people that can carry a message.
I feel like we should go sooner rather than later, because who knows what that fiasco yesterday. People may be on their way to check out the mountain.
Oh yeah.
Also, there's nothing to do here. Why would we stay? On the side of a mountain in the middle of nowhere, there's like a small village.
Oh, I might have done something silly.
Ingue.
If you pick up that Ingwe is looking up at the sky and look up at the sky, you will see in a giant cloud. Good morning, Drekik.
What?
You did a good job yesterday. I hope you had a nice sleep. Can you read that, Drekik?
The letters are big enough. Why would you do that, Ingue?
I was just trying to make you feel like part of the team, but then when you're talking about people might be coming here, I think I should probably make it go away.
I appreciate the effort, Ingue, but perhaps now is not the time.
Okay. I don't know if I can make it go away.
You'll just have to cross it out.
Yeah.
All right. He just grabs his bag and chucks it on the cart. We're leaving.
It is a very nice sentiment, Ingue, but in future, let's not write our names in the sky for anyone to see.
Good point. Good.
Although that might be a good idea once we come up with, our party branding as an example. Whenever we finish something spectacular in an area, to kind of write a sigil in the sky, that could be rather interesting. But in terms of our actual names,
Yeah.
perhaps
Well,
not.
while we're writing, maybe we should come up with a name. And then, like, even as we arrive places, we could be like, "Here arrives."
Good
Ingue,
way to draw attention.
just so you know that this isn't, I don't think any less of you for this. I I gift to you a pebble from the mountain. So you can remember this place. There.
Thank you.
You like that sort of stuff, yes?
I'll
I was going to
I'll
stick it
treasure it.
under his pillow from now on, Drekik.
Oh no, I'll put it with the other things. I collect stuff from.
I know you do,
It's
Ingue. I
nice to
hear you
have
rattling
permission.
when you're walking.
Rustling.
Alright, so horses are packed, tent's done, cart's ready. Celeste climbs into the cart at the back. Who's driving?
Not me this time. Because I'm gonna try and find someone to send Mana a message.
I'm happy to take the reins to help me keep my mind off things, keep me focused on something else.
All right, just let me know if you need me to take over, Jean.
Absolutely.
Or do you want me to sit up there with you? Keep you company.
It's up to you. I wouldn't be trying to think of the right word here. Wouldn't turn away the company, but I'm also happy to just sit there in my thoughts and keep things going.
All right, well, I'll let you sit in your thoughts for a while. I might come up and join you later.
For sure. Sounds good.
As we're going, Celeste will continue writing her ballad in the back.
Problem. It seems to be clear weather, and it's a little bit of sun coming through the clouds today as well. Almost like whatever troubling sensation that was in the air prior to this event has fizzled out to give room for a little bit more of a warmer weather, even in this area.
Is there any animals that I can see to send a message?
There is a few things like bunnies, and there is a few birds. Now that there's no eye in the sky to upset the natural balance of navigation for these creatures, they seem to have, some of them at least, returned to their natural habitat. You can see some mice is the plural, and rats and such like that. So there's a little bit of everything. Far off, you can see deers and stuff like that as well.
Do I have a sense of how long it's going to take us to get to Mana?
It would take you 2 days to get back to Mana from where you are now.
Oh, okay. And are we more than 50 miles?
50 miles?
Yeah.
I'd say it's around there. I'd say we can say 50 miles.
I can just do this tomorrow if we're going to travel for 2 days. I'll just do it. We're 1 day away, and I would like to convince a sparrow to go and tell Mana that we're 1 day away and she should be ready to leave.
Right.
When we get there.
So, what language does the sparrow speak?
No. So the sparrow will give the message in my voice.
Oh, really? Nice. That's cool.
Yes.
Sure. No problem. This little sparrow lands on your hand and go.
And I'll cast the spell over 10 minutes while feeding it food. And that will be my message. I'll probably do it. I'll do it now. We're 2 days. We'll be there early in the morning. If you can make sure that you've wrapped up everything you need to wrap up. We're quite anxious to get to back to the kingdom.
Back to the kingdom. And flies over. No problem.
Off to town we go, I guess. Which I will say, Jean would definitely be looking up every now and then, just like in awe at the fact that Ingue was able to shape the clouds into words. Like that is next level magic. So far as he's concerned, yeah.
You are a fascinating being, Ingue. Your control over nature is astounding.
Oh, I'm really glad to meet you, Jackie. I've had a lot of conversation with these guys about how animals are people. So it's nice to meet an animal that they think is a people.
I'm not an animal. Am I an animal?
Well, maybe we shouldn't get into this. It confuses me too.
Now I'm confused as to what's an animal or not.
Well, you travel for the majority of the day. Are you going straight towards Vicandris? I think I said Acandris last. That was wrong. It's Vicandris, sorry. Are you traveling straight to there, or are you traveling through smaller villages as well?
I imagine Jean would probably be looking at the path closest to what we took up there, which I believe we skipped past the small villages.
Yeah.
I think we went the most direct route.
Yes. So
Yeah.
the straight route.
Yeah,
Yep.
you
No
would just go
problem.
there.
You can definitely do that. So eventually, first night, there isn't really anything of interest happening. You don't really see. You see some travelers back and forth with caravans and stuff like that off in the distance. It's a well-trodden area. This is the It's kind of like Sydney is the unspoken capital. Sorry,
Yep.
Australia. But it kind of is, right? So because of that, there's a lot of traffic in this specific area because it is a trade post that is very easily accessible compared to the rest of the areas. So there's a lot of people off in the periphery, but there's no one really approaching you. So eventually you'll have to bed down for the night as well. I'm not sure if there's anything in particular any of you want to do during the travel or during the night.
Jean,
Yep.
is there anyone else that you'd like me to speak to before I go to sleep?
Yeah, I was gonna wait till tomorrow, but I thought you only had 2 uses of that.
Oh, I do, but Danica spoke to me first, so didn't actually use any of my second use.
Oh, so if you instigate it, it uses your magic, but if you're simply on the receiving end, it doesn't.
So even if I spoke to you in your head with a message, you could then reply to me using my magic. So both
Cool.
messages, the spell is for both messages.
This magic stuff's. Yeah. Okay. I see why so many people like it. I'm starting to get better understanding of it. Yeah. If you could, I would love it if you could message my son. His name is Derlin. Last I heard, he should be situated sort of near my home, a little south of the Duvet Forest. Just looking to make sure he's doing all right. And if you could let him know that I'm all right, and I've found some good people, and I'll be coming back at the next best opportunity to help him out and sort out what needs to be done.
Right. So, caveat of the spell is that I can only use 25 words. So, tell me exactly what you would like me to say, and also, if possible, could you please describe him to me? Because the clearer of an image I have of this person in my head, the more likely that I'll be able to successfully transmit the message. Or else it might go to someone else, and then it's a whole big thing, and I don't know who I'm talking to, and then I think I'm talking to the right person, and it's just a whole.
I could help. I can help with that if you want.
Yeah. How could you help?
Well, I could. With your permission, Mr. Jean, can you think about if you think about your son, like imagine him in your mind.
Yeah. Sure. I could do that.
And then, last time I did this, it didn't go so well. So I'm going to take this image.
Right.
I won't do anything else except for. So you won't even notice.
All right. No, I understand. All right. I think it's worth it.
Yeah, I'm already finished. It's okay. Yeah, because you held it in your mind. I could. It only feels bad if I have to go and find stuff in your brain that you're not thinking about.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Anyway, he looks like this. And then I will turn into a very tall version of Jean's son.
Yeah. Yep. So yeah, last Jean saw him, he had sort of like dirty blonde hair that he was sort of growing out a bit. So not quite long enough to get into a ponytail, but you know, a little bit longer and scraggled than that. He sort of had freckles, and he, in many ways, looks a bit like a younger. He's got the eyes sort of more of Jean, so a little bit deeper, narrower, that sort of stuff. But a lot of the rest of his face looks closer to his wife, more masculine version. He's probably he was 16, I believe, when I left, so he'd probably be close to there, maybe even 17. Depends how long I've been away, which I don't think is that long.
He's probably around 17 now. He wouldn't have had a birthday on the day you left, so I'd say 17.
Yeah. And clothing wise, he's often wears a very similar cloak to mine, sort of the furs and that, but whereas you can see sometimes when mine is unwrapped, you can see it's made of the upper half of the wolf. His is made of sort of the lower half of the wolf. So
he got the butt.
yeah. So he's got the tail and that sort of stuff as part of it. And yeah, he's otherwise in fairly simple clothes for the most part. Simple leathers, and he would be carrying a bow on him, which is what he's carrying a bow on him. We don't know the reasons why yet. And yeah.
Let's just stand there and just kind of like stare at Ingue for a couple of minutes. Can you turn around? Can you? Oh, yes, thank you. Right, and that should be enough. Thank you, Ingue. So, Jean, the actual message you'd like me to send?
Yeah. Sorry, I was expecting it, but it still threw me.
You have a very tall brother, Jean.
Yeah. It's just, yeah. That'd be the Ingue side of things, but yeah, no, that's my boy. That's my son.
Oh, son. Sorry, I said brother.
No, it's fine. I guess we'll keep it simple this time. If you could just let him know his dad's okay, and that I just want to make sure that he's okay. We'll worry about the rest later.
Right. Give me a second while I put my thoughts in order.
Sean's still just, as long as Ingue's holding that form, he's basically just staring at him. He's not breaking much contact, just a little bit of bewilderment, but also just like teary-eyed happiness at seeing an image of his son again for a long time.
And Drekic's just looking at the two of them, trying to figure out why his son's so much taller.
My wife was a giant, you see. If she's a ghost, she can make herself smaller, but really...
I mean, I guess she was actually quite tall for a woman,
she would have been.
Being a Northling.
Yeah, tall family on that side.
Yeah. Definitely a fierce warrior, as I say it like that.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Celeste will sit down and put a finger on her copper earring and hold up her finger as she does, like a bit like a mother when she's talking on the phone, like, don't talk on the phone. Darling, don't be alarmed. Your father sends his regards. He's okay. He wants to check in with you. You can reply. Your father wants to see you soon. I'll wait.
Yeah, you get a message back. Oh yeah, hey. Glad he's okay. Kind of thought he died. Yeah, life's here been pretty boring. I killed one of the... What's that?
Jean, I must say that your son must be far more open-minded than you are. There was no incomparable screaming at all. He said, he's glad that you're okay. and that he thought you died, but he's glad that you're not obviously dead, and that he's killed something. I don't know what it was that he's killed, but I just heard killed. Maybe he's gone off, been a hunter or something like that. But I can't find any more today. But tomorrow, if you'd like, I can follow up.
I appreciate it. I'll think it through the night. All right. I think I know what he's talking about, but thank you, much appreciated.
You're very welcome. He seems in good spirits, at least.
Yeah.
I'm just so surprised. There was no screaming, no like, who is this? Like nothing. It was just.
Yeah.
Hi, how you going?
I imagine he probably knows a little more than me. He'd have the occasional conversation with my sister, so I'm sure they probably talked about magic a few times. If he asked me questions about it, I would always palm him off to her. So that would probably explain that. Well, I didn't know he was interested enough that he wouldn't be thrown by that. I guess I didn't know him as well as I thought.
It's just matured.
It takes a few moments, and then Sean, you get a message. Hey, Dad, what's up? I think I got cut off there. I killed one of the deers. Yeah, it's you taught me well. Just want to say hi. I'm okay. Chuka came by, wanted to take me somewhere, and I said no. Yeah. You can respond, I guess.
Yeah, Sean's stunned. Again, wish I could cry on command, but his eyes would be just welling up with tears right now. He's hey, boy. Glad to hear you're doing all right. I asked how you're doing this, but for now, I'm just happy to hear you. See you soon.
You do not get a response to that after that.
Mr. John, you can't talk to me and your son can hear you. That's not how it works.
No, he spoke to me.
Wow.
Oh, that's so fascinating.
Is that like a side effect of the spell? Can someone, I don't know, repurpose it to send again, or
was it his voice? It would have needed to be him, because like Celeste can't. Man, that'd be a cool spell though. Like if I could touch you on your shoulder and then you could talk, that'd be cool.
Oh,
that would be amazing.
It's not possible, Jean. He would have to, hone it, harness his own magical prowess to be able to send a message like that.
Oh shit.
John, why are you so afraid of magic, yet every single family member of yours seems to use it?
It's the first I'm learning of it. We didn't really touch it. My sister was the first to really become interested in any way. We were always just simple farm folk. We just grow our crops, make our money, eat our food, and stay happy. She was always very open-minded, forward-thinking, and I mean, that's why she moved to the big city to learn. I'm just amazed. My boy knows it. I didn't know that about him.
Seems like magic would be really good if you were a farmer. Like, you could talk to the animals. You could like make the fields more fertile. I'm surprised more farmers don't learn magic.
Do you think you could learn magic?
Me? No.
Yeah, you. It seems to be in, your family's bloodline, so...
No. I mean, my sister learned it through study. She studied to learn the ability to pull it. I mean, I'm too old to start studying now, anything like
never.
that. But
Never too old to learn some new tricks, my friend.
There are many ways that one can gain abilities. Not
See
through-
this? Points to your chest. Marked. You can do anything.
like,
Some people are born with it, some people learn it, and some people are given it as a gift.
right. I guess I've met all three of those kinds now. Yeah. No, I don't know. You raise a good point with it probably being useful with farmers. We never even thought of it. We always associated magic with like big tricks and imagery and like stuff made to wow people or hurt people. We didn't really know the true extent of its abilities. Didn't know it could do those sorts of things.
Yeah.
Well, simple magic can do this, and I touch your shield and it just lights up.
Yep.
I mean, wouldn't that be useful for a farmer? Like,
Yeah. No, I'm not doubting it now. I'm just saying we didn't know. I guess ignorance has some side effects. I might start setting up for the night. Fuck, my boy knows magic.
Very exciting time in any father's life, I'm sure.
Sort of start slowly while looking away, just start setting things up.
Do you need a hand, Sean?
Mumbling to himself.
Do you need a hand setting anything up?
Sure. Yeah. Why not?
I'll cast
Thanks.
Mage Hand. The hand just like follows him around. Her
Like
hand, her mage hand, yeah, is like it just looks like an empty glove, like just like an empty white glove. And it'll just like if he's like picking something up, it'll just like grab the other end. Like, yeah.
As he sees it for the first time, sort of be like, "Oh no, no, my hands are pretty calloused. I'm alright. I can."
No, it's just there to help you, Jean.
Oh shit. Okay. Can my boy do this? He's just mumbling to himself while he does it, like just going off on all sorts of things.
I'm gonna lean over to Ingue and just be like, he seems pretty confused. Do you have any tricks that could help him out? Like, maybe if we show him enough magic and how it's useful, maybe he'd be more interested in learning a bit.
Wow, you should have seen him when I first met him last week.
It's been way more than a week now. I would like to clarify
Yeah, we
that.
did that like. You only met him last week.
You've probably been together for about 1.5 months by now, I think. Amount of days.
Ingue have no concept of time, like outside his home. He's got like no concept.
No, sorry. A couple of months ago, not last week. Anyway, he was like, every time I'd like light things on fire, like control flames and go pop to finger to finger, or anything like and then just like constantly magic's just like happening with Druidcraft and stuff. Yeah, it was real weird. And then, well, before we couldn't lie to each other too, I could lie to him. And actually, there was this other guy. His name's Tam. He was more mean about it. I think like it was like a competition. I kind of wanted to see what Mr. John would like and wouldn't like, and I was just trying to work out because he also like used to think magic was bad. And be like, don't do that.
Right.
And then I did some things that were bad. And then I don't know. What do you think's bad?
Well, you see, I have this spell that can make it look like someone's dead, and they're not dead.
Cool. I reckon I could do that.
You reckon you can do that? we can either teach him that magic is good and can be used for good, or maybe we should play a prank on him.
Yeah, it's harder now that we can't. It's harder to play pranks because we can't tell him lies.
Oh, I've got one.
You're right.
I've got an idea.
Oh, Celeste, you were listening.
Oh, sorry, was I not supposed to be listening?
I didn't realize you were listening, but sure, come in if you're into this.
Got an idea. Something rather simple. I can make it look like something is there, like a tree stump. And say, Jean, come sit down next to the fire. There's this stump here that we left, for you to sit on. And he sits on it, but it's not actually there.
Yes, you'll have to word it in such a way that you're not lying when you say it, though. You can't say there's a tree stump here because we know it's not.
I could just say, take a seat.
Yes, yes, good.
If you find a big rock, I could hide inside the rock.
Oh, and then he sits on you.
Ah.
Oh, I feel like this is awful. I feel like this is really awful.
Or did you want to do the dead thing? Can you do that now?
I feel
I
as
can
though...
do it right now.
No, I feel as though that's taking things a little too, out of the realm of humor and into the realm of trauma.
Ingwe's dead.
It's a bit...
Yeah, could I look like his son while I... yeah, actually...
Again, that's also
No,
lying.
no. Okay, there's Ingwe's dead versus Jean's Toll son is dead.
No, what are you talking
Very
about?
different. He wants to look like his son.
No
and
one
then
should be
he wants
dead.
me to...
Why are we talking about people being dead?
Because I can make him look dead.
Yes, that doesn't mean that you should.
No, I'm not saying... Of course not.
You should be careful, actually, Drekik, because if you do that and you look dead, they might try and eat you.
We've also noticed that there was one incident where we noticed Jean was quite angry at things that were dead and then not dead. And so there is also the fact of where we play the prank, oh, Drekik's dead, and then you're like, haha, I'm not, and then your head gets cut off. So we also do have to be mindful of that.
John would just cut off Ingwe's head if he wasn't dead when we said he was dead?
Potentially. But we have been in a situation where Jean went around collecting the heads of people that had died and then come back, and then he killed them again and then collected their heads. And just as an...
Maybe we should.
This is what I mean about the good versus bad thing, Drekik. Because when we were doing that, he was chopping off people's heads, right? And all I did was eat one of the bad guys, and they were like, "Don't do that. That's really bad." And then, he was
like, I can see why you would be confused. So, let me get this straight. If I make Ingue fake dead, Jean comes over, and then we go, look, Ingwe's not fake dead. John will go, he's not fake dead, but not real, not dead. And then chop his head off, making him real dead. And then I have to make him not real dead.
Look, I'm just trying to give you all the possibilities of potential outcomes. I can't. Nice. Just as you know.
A local bard. These birds really sound fucked up.
Sorry, that was the edge of my axe running along some metal.
It comes with a charging station.
You just dropped all the tent pieces on the ground.
Sorry.
It's not a fire alarm.
The realm of pranks should be funny and not traumatizing or give someone the... I'm down for a laugh as much as the next person. I just feel as though, given the circumstances, especially with what Jean's dealing with through his wife and everything, it feels as though it might be a bit unkind.
Fair enough. Right. We'll leave it for another day, another person. Maybe someone we don't like. Maybe we can do that on someone we don't like.
There are quite a few of those people.
Ooh, let me know when we find one.
Yeah, or like if I can remember there was this one time where there was this guy and he was getting arrested, and then if you made him look dead, then we could be like, we're just taking the dead body out, and then no one would worry, like somewhere useful rather than mean. We could have saved him from jail.
That was also an entirely different circumstance.
Oh yeah.
In the fact that he was alive, surrounded by people, and it was...
Yeah, and I couldn't find him. I was a mouse.
And then there was a cat.
And I got lost. Yeah.
It was all very dramatic.
Well,
You have to be there, Drakic.
I'm certain I'll be there for them from now on. That's for sure.
Oh, yes, right.
It'd be interesting to leave this country, that's for sure. Never left.
Yes, well, I am rather excited to see what those sky ships are like. I'll tell you that much, I've never ridden one before.
Do you think John would be a fan of them? I mean,
Potentially.
him being, like, not used to magic and all. You think...
Well, it's not necessarily magic, it's engineering. Science.
Another form of magic.
Yes, well, I suppose everything is a form of magic one way or another, depending on how much you know about the thing. There are probably people out there who think that, herbs are magic.
Are they not?
No.
They heal. Anyway.
Yes,
I
so it's
should-
a bandage. You not think a bandage is magic?
Well, no, a bandage isn't magic, but if you get the medicinal paste and put it on, it heals quicker. How is that not magic?
It's not meant to. Look, I do not have time to explain herbology to you right now, Drakic. But there are certain properties of materials that can enhance healing.
I am just a simple healer.
Right. Let's get dinner ready, shall we? Who's cooking dinner tonight?
I guess I can try.
Right, great. Settled.
Right. Chosen of the gods. I can do this.
I'll go and help Drakic.
Man versus fire.
Rick's gonna attempt to cook food, but he's not used to like cooking anything less than roasts.
Well, I'd say that just roll a general D20 for you. Ingwe's pretty good at cooking, so he doesn't really need any assistance in that sense. But
3?
It's more like you have like a pan and then you just put the roast on there and then oh, it's black. I gotta turn it around now.
Ingue also
it's a little
doesn't
black.
help. Ingue doesn't help with any of the meat cooking.
No, that's fair. But you do some really nice veggies and
Yeah.
some really nice seasoning, but the meat itself is, when you cook meat and it goes from this is soft and nice to eat to this is a little chewy. It's also a little crispy. It's edible, definitely cooked, just maybe a little bit too much.
Right. Dinner.
Oh, thank you.
Just like they make it back home.
It smells very char, like.
Oh,
is it
Ingue
like
helped me. I'm
charred
sure it's
roast?
cooked right. Ingue was watching.
All
Yeah.
right.
Try that.
Ingwe's a pretty good cook.
So, did we want to discuss the matter of names?
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. Now that we're a team.
Is that you eating?
It's like you take a bite in your mouth. It's like
Doesn't
when
it?
you eat. It's like when you eat cinnamon, your mouth just like goes like immediately dry and.
Wow. What about we've all got tattoos. What about something to do with those tattoos?
Tattoos.
Yes. No, he makes a good point. It's the one thing that sort of binds us all together is the fact that we have these etchings on our skin.
As long as it isn't the leader is the one who has the most tattoos, because I won't know.
No, that would be me.
Oh, would it now? Sorry.
It was a joke.
I'm confused. What are we talking about? Sorry, I was out of it for a moment.
Oh, sorry,
Yes.
Jean.
You go.
Sorry. No, I was just I had a bite of the food and it was definitely burnt. Yep.
That's the flavoring.
It tastes like burnt. That's yep. Look, we can't lie to each other. I can only.
Perhaps it's local cuisine.
Is this
All right,
not how
well-
you cook roasts?
No, we were discussing the naming of us as a group traveling together, rather than always having to introduce ourselves as individuals, and also just the blanket anonymity that comes with having a name.
Right. Okay. And you were saying we shouldn't do anything with the tattoos, right? Because we're trying to keep them hidden.
I know we could.
Oh, we could.
Doesn't have to be on the nose, but it could be symbol.
Huh.
The tatty tellers.
Well, we can keep that in the maybe column now.
Hold on. Jean's gonna see if he can find a bit of parchment somewhere, like in amongst our travel goods or whatnot. Or if you can't find anything, you'll turn around and be like, "You guys got some parchment?"
There's my wall of like information with like strings attached to each other, still up on the side of them.
If you got a blank one, I'm just gonna. There we go. All right, I'm just gonna write these down. I'm just gonna like rub my finger on the edge of the charred meat. Tallied.
Just get like a stick and like dip it in.
All right.
Just a piece of meat, just right.
Right.
But bone
It's like
just
jerky.
really hard meat. It's worth the jerky because it has like little charred pieces.
I actually like my meat burnt.
Yeah.
Well.
It's really offensive.
I guess charcoal is good for the health, right?
All right, Tatty Tellers, got that down. That's what you said, right? Tatty Tellers.
Yes, because I figured we're incorporating the storytelling of Ingue to all of our tats. 'Cause this is,
Incorporated.
like, incorporated. Well, that's the thing.
Except instead of INC, it's INK.
Oh.
Bing.
That's-
I
yeah,
feel like that was a sign
okay.
from the gods.
Yeah. Okay. Incorporated. I like it. Anyone else got any other ideas?
It's rather difficult. Quite a lot of pressure. Something we're going to be known for.
Maybe we want something like together with the Incorporated, like Investigators Incorporated, like something that kind of describes what we're doing. Sorry for my druid cuff that I was doing before; just keeps going off.
The Eye in the Sky Incorporated.
All the birds just keep landing on his hand.
Go
Super, like Cinderella, like
Fantasy Twitter.
Yeah, he's like Snow White in the woods. Like all the animals just always like run up to him. Like,
There's a tale at this city. I have news from here. Do you hear what happened at the Oscars, man?
Hey, buddy, you got any of that coke? Just everyone's using that spell Ingue just used, but to Ingue.
got amplified 1,000 times.
Wild magic. It's going wild.
Wild Magic Incorporated. John can be the wild, we can be the magic.
Or is it cooler that it's just Incorporated and it's a bit mysterious?
I could see potential in both. I think Incorporated works well, but if we come up with something interesting enough to add to it, I think it.
What if we
Could
just
work
call
nicely there.
ourselves Parchment Incorporated?
See, there you go.
But people are going to think then that we're merchants.
No, because
Also
it's
true.
ink, I-N-K.
Yes, and
Well,
merchants can sell ink and parchment.
But what does pink parchment and ink make?
A book.
Spells. That too.
Yeah.
Right.
Maybe they'll think we're wizards, because, I mean, my sister used to use a lot of ink and parchment with her stuff.
What about Wizards Incorporated?
You mean none of us are wizards?
I'm a wizard. You're a... Only John's not a wizard. Aren't we wizards?
No,
I'm not a wizard.
You're not a
I'm
wizard.
I'm not a wizard, and I don't think you're a wizard either, given that you only learned to read 2 days ago.
I imagine wizards have, like, some sort of staff or a magical mystical orb or something.
Danica's a wizard.
Yeah, I think it's just they read a lot. It's like they learn.
I am definitely not a wizard.
My entire family are wizards.
Oh, well.
Your family's a wizard. Yeah, I thought you were a wizard.
I'm not a wizard, but the rest of my family is.
So you have to get your magic from books to be a wizard.
Yes.
Oh. So I'm not a wizard either.
No.
Wonder what
We're
I got
not
my-
Wizards Incorporated.
I got my magic from a different kind of book than they do.
Well, are we the same?
No. Your magic comes from nature.
Yeah. Isn't that where yours comes from?
No.
Where does yours come from?
From myself.
Cool.
I
Mine
create
comes
my
from the
own
north.
magic.
Oh yeah, and Tam's came from his patron lady. Oh yeah, that makes sense.
Hmm.
And Jean's comes from his heart.
I can't. Oh, I see what you're doing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
Hmm.
that's really thrown me.
What if we would incorporate? I'm blanking on the name. that was not intentional. What was her name? I feel bad for forgetting the name. The lady who helped us with.
Oh, who died?
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's the one.
Incorporated. How do you abbreviate that?
Valentina.
Valentina.
Valentina,
What was
that's it.
her like Karameshi? We should be Karameshi Incorporated.
That sounds cool.
And the name would carry weight.
Mm.
Because we're gonna try and convince people that we're on important quests, so they don't give us unimportant things to do.
And we
And then
also
how-
do have documentation directly from her. And I do have a number of her, books and things.
And we were talking about pretending to be her,
Yeah.
and she did actually send us on the quest, so it's not even a lie to be like, we're on a quest for the Karameshis, because we are.
Yeah.
And we can't lie about that either.
Well,
Only
we
to
can
each other.
lie. That's interesting, actually. Is it still a lie if we all know that it's not true? Like, if I know that you know that I'm lying, so it's not lying to you, can I lie?
That's just called sarcasm, I think.
Yeah, a joke's lies.
This is getting
Bless
into
you.
some psychological
Flying low.
shit. I imagine it's as long as we're not lying to each other, as long as we're not directing the language to each other. As long as when we're talking shit, we're doing it to someone else.
I believe it's doing it without the intention of deceiving the other person, to an extent. I think that's all it is. If I'm saying something to you with the intention of deceiving you to thinking something is true and I know that it is not, then that is a lie.
Yeah, because I've said lies, and then it's just been a bad feeling, and then I've had to tell the truth. I just said that I was a wizard. Oh, wow, that's interesting.
Oh, but now you can't say that you're a wizard because now you know you're not a wizard.
Well, not to
Wow.
us. And we also know that it's not true already, even if he says it, so...
Yeah, but I didn't know it wasn't true.
So he believed he was a wizard.
Yes,
He
so
thought
then it's not
he
a
could
lie.
say, I'm a wizard.
Well,
But
then
now
it's
he
not-
knows he's not a wizard. So now he can no longer say, I'm a wizard.
I'm a wizard. Oh, no, I'm not. I
Yeah,
can
but we
say
know
it.
that you can say it, but you're not proclaiming it as truth anymore.
You're not trying to deceive us or trick us into thinking you are a wizard.
Cool.
If it is, though, as long as the conversation is not directed towards the intent to deceive, then we're fine. And we can also lie to other people as well, collectively. We could go after other people and tell them, yes, Ingue's a wizard. Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
To other people, yes, not to us.
Yes.
So so we can do it directed towards other people. We just can't do it between us and Vartex. And then we're in
How is
clear.
he going anyway? We haven't spoken to him in a few days.
Don't care.
Fair enough. We'll see him at the tavern, I guess.
Pretty much, as long as he's keeping up his side and he's stuck in that thing, I couldn't give a shit, and that's the truth.
There is
And
something
then
that I
I'll-
want to speak to him about.
Maybe now is the time to speak to him.
But I don't really want to.
Do you want me to go speak to him, and you tell me what you want to speak to him about?
No. No, I'd rather not interact with him until at least we're in civilization. He could do anything to us out here.
He can't do anything to her. He signed a contract.
Not to harm us.
Yeah.
He doesn't have to harm us to, inconvenience us.
We didn't have any things when we were trying to play tricks on John before.
We weren't trying to play tricks on John, but we were trying
about
to
to Wait, you gonna play tricks on me?
Well, we didn't, but we were talking about it.
And it didn't feel bad. Weird.
I'm glad you came to your senses.
Hey, Jean, did you know that I can make people look like they're dead, but they're not actually dead?
No, I was unaware. Do you like an illusion? Like you make him look all bloodied and beat up and...
Ingue, do you give me permission to make you look like you're dead?
Sure.
Right. Slaps him on the back, collapses dead. Ta-da!
That was going to be the joke, Sean. Rather in poor taste, if you ask me.
You're gonna make seem like Ingue was dead?
Now,
Well-
I can either keep him that way for an hour, or I can release the spell.
Oh, we should leave it. Good night, Ingue.
You're a
I'm
fire,
gonna
you're
go
on the
pray to
gun.
my gods. I'll be back.
Alright.
No, but
So
it
God.
does...
Sit Ingwe up.
Weekend at Bernie style, like...
Listen, just so he doesn't like sit and wake up with like a crook neck or something. Just like he's like, oh.
As you're doing that, you realize that you can't actually feel a pulse or anything. So,
Are you sure it's fake?
it's fake. Trust me.
Anyway. Anyway. Okay, it was I mean it wasn't that funny, but it was a little funny. You can wake him up now.
It's only funny
Okay.
because you knew it was coming, John.
All right. I woke up to Ingwe.
Should have heard Ingwe's idea it was.
I crouch in front of Ingwe's face and just...
Oh, you didn't wait until I... And then I turned into John's son. That was the other part.
No, that was your part. It wasn't
That
my
was
part.
definitely your part, Ingwe.
Like, we all agreed, apart from you, that was too far. And that's when we decided to not do it.
My idea was to make it look like there was a tree stump for you to sit on when there wasn't actually, and then you sit on it and fall.
Oh yeah, and I was gonna turn into a rock. Well, no, I was gonna hide in a rock.
Yeah.
Now we can't do
will-
any of those things because now the joke is ruined.
I will have you all know that fake death spell, right? If you're close to death and I use it on you, it stops you from dying for an hour. So if
That
we're
would have
ever
been
in a
handy to
sort
know
of
yesterday.
yes, well, I can't really cast it when I'm already not conscious. So
Hey,
You're right, Sean.
yeah, no, just yeah, don't, Ingwe. Yeah,
Oh, sorry.
yeah, no, that with the other elements, and just yeah, only if we need to use that image. All right,
Did like
you
my
guys
chair
think?
idea much better.
Yeah, yeah, definitely more my speed.
sorry, we
I'm gonna go to
tried to
bed.
prank you, Sean.
We'll chat in the morning. Think about names, whatever you need to do. It puts down the parchment with this stuff, and he's gonna head to bed.
Right. Well, I can take the first two watches if everyone else would like to kip in.
Right, so I'm gonna go pray a bit before I turn in though. So now I got all these gods to pray to. It might take me a while.
Maybe don't wake Mr. John up. Let him sleep. I think he had a big day. I would do the morning ones.
Yeah, so if this is how he's reacting when we didn't do the prank, it's
See, I
probably a
told
good
you.
thing we didn't do the prank.
I would have been surprised if he'd have chopped Ingwe's head off. That was when he knew it was coming. We need to be very, very sensitive.
Yes. Yes.
Tactful.
Yes.
Do you know what tactful means?
Don't heal the enemy. Yep.
Just means be considerate of other people's feelings.
Oh, right. Yes, I can do that.
Take 5 seconds to think about something before you say it or do it, and just be mindful of how it might affect the other person.
It's hard. I can do it. I can't guarantee in 5 seconds.
Don't take as long as you need. It gets easier with practice, I can assure you.
Well, good night. Wake me
Night.
wake me for the next watch.
Right, I will. Ingue, you're right to take the morning.
Yeah, sure.
Right. Well, Celeste, I need you to make a perception check for the first watch.
Oh, nice one, Laura. Oh, it's not as good as I thought it was. I thought it was an 18, but it's a 13. 14, 15, 16, 17 for the first.
Right. So as you have camp, you're on like grassy areas now. There are smaller trees and bushes spread out. It's kind of open, long grass. You do see two glowing eyes. It seems like it's from a bird of some sort. Seems to be sitting on a higher branch on one of the bushes, watching you.
Glowing, like unnaturally glowing, like
More
demon
like
eyes?
more like when the light hits the eyes, like a cat's eyes. You have this reflection. So, and that's not really normal for a bird, but you definitely do see that.
Do I recognize this bird? Because I feel like we've had a bird follow us before.
You haven't seen this one before. This one is it's a white bird. It looks a little bit like a crane, but it's only white and black. It's not a bird you've really seen before. It's not a type of bird that you have ever noticed seeing before, even in this region. But it is definitely keeping an eye.
I need to look towards it and stand up slowly and take a few steps over towards it.
Takes off.
Very strange. Should go back and she won't sit by the fire. She's actually going to walk out a good like 20-30 meters away from the fire, so that she can kind of get a better look, rather than like being in the light and looking outwards. So she's going to play step away from the light and kind of go out there and continue writing in her journal and things.
For the remainder of your shift, you don't see any bird or anything out of the ordinary as well. But second roll for the second watch.
Exact same roll, 17.
You don't notice anything more on that shift. It seems like everything is just quiet. There's obviously some grasshopper noise and stuff like that, but it's a little bit further off where the grass is greener and longer, but it's quiet for now.
Right. I shall make our way back to camp.
Mhm.
Push her way into the tent, and rather than saying anything, she's going to climb into bed and speak to Drekik, like, via message. Like, kind of just in his head. That she doesn't wake anyone else up. Drekik, time to get up. Wake up. Your turn to do watch.
Blur.
Good night. And then she is under the covers in a ball, like pressed into the very corner of the tent.
Very well. Drekik.
Drekik's gonna just go out there and sit down, groggy-eyed, as he wakes up slowly.
Mhm.
And then, in his spare time, when he's not looking around, he's just gonna look at his wrist and point out a god symbol at random and pray to them.
What? Make a perception check as well.
Nat 20 plus what's it? Plus 6.
Pretty good for a blind guy.
You also notice a bird. As I described before, a long-legged, crane-like bird, all white and black, seems to be sitting in a bush, observing you. And every now and then the light catches their eyes, and again it's reflecting a little bit unnatural.
Is it moving at all, or is it just sitting there?
Just sitting there. You can see it's not sleeping. So it is every now and then just moving its posture.
I stand up, stretch, and then quickly turn and cast Gust of Wind at the bush.
Okay. So the bird takes off and flies off, and after a little bit disappears out of your periphery, and you can't see it anymore.
Strange. Wait, was that you, Ron? I'm sorry. Oh, too late now.
For the remainder, you pray, and that's pretty much it. Nothing happens over there.
Right. After that, I just walk over and shake up Ingue. Ingue, your watch. Just watch out. There was a weird bird.
Cool.
Didn't look natural.
Not natural bird.
No. He was in that bush over there. He
Oh,
was
okay.
Staring at me.
I'll keep an eye out. Oh, hey! Before I was meditating before I went to sleep, and I'm pretty sure I can do that spell, but felt like I needed, I don't know, something to focus me to be able to do it. What do you use to cast it?
Well, I pull out my amulet, and the gods give me power through this. I pray to them, and they grant some semblance of their divinity.
I feel like I need, like like that stone you gave me, but from where people died, where people were buried. Anyway, I'll be able to do it when I figure that out.
All right. Until then, good night.
Have a good sleep.
Have a good watch. Goes back to bed.
And anyway, I need a perception check from you as well.
Ooh. Dirty 20.
Sit down and get comfortable, and then you notice a pair of eyes as well in one of the bushes. You see the same bird, but a different bush.
Yeah, because he mentioned that there was a bird, I'd sit down and I'd start casting Speak with Animals.
Right.
So when I see the bird, I'm gonna say, "Hello? I'm friendly."
Doesn't seem to respond. Just seems to be watching at this point.
I didn't. I don't have that spell. I'm going to cast Detect Magic.
It's magical.
It's a magical bird. Yes. Wow. You're not there. Oh, you're not a bird. You just look like a bird. Do I get a sense with Detect Magic that it's a bird that's magical, or like an illusion that's come to watch?
You've seen this before. It's similar to when you've seen Sonas in action.
Yeah. Yeah, or my my conjure animals too. Be similar.
Yeah, that's a similar one as well. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, weird. Wonder if your master can hear. Wonder why you're here. That's really interesting. Hello? Can you are you friendly to us? Are you my friend?
Tilts his head a little bit and looks at you. When you talk.
I will hold out some food, and I'll hold out like one of my trinkety things, and carefully place. That's what I do with the magpies at home. You got to get them closer and closer, like so. You put it somewhere, and then like move back.
Right. It doesn't react to the food whatsoever.
There's take that thing to whoever you're in charge of, whoever's in charge of you.
What languages do you speak?
Oh, yo. I speak Druidic, Dwarvish, Elvish, Giant, Gnomish, Orc.
It responds in a language you don't know.
Yes.
And you obviously don't know what it means. It sounds very... it doesn't sound like a bird language, obviously. So it sounds very... it's almost like how you would imagine Orcish sounds versus how common sounds. Yes. It's not Orcish because you would have been familiar with that. But it's very like... It's a brutal kind of language. Kind of like if you're listening to Russian, it sounds not so much like French or something. Yes. It says something and then it takes off.
Can I try to remember? I'm quite good at oral language. I'd like to try and be able to imitate what he said without knowing the language.
I'd say roll a intelligence check with disadvantage because it's hard to remember something when you don't know how to.
Oh! I rolled a natural 20 and a 12. Right. So my intelligence is quite high to intelligence check. So just my intelligence modifier is a +2, so 14.
All right. Right, so you get one sentence that you can remember. Yep. And you can write this down any way you want to spell it. Uruk Arak Usoon.
This is the best order for us to do watches, by the way, guys.
But for the remainder of the time, nothing happens out of the ordinary.
I cast Skywrite.
Mhm.
And it says in the sky, Uruk, Oorook is how I've decided to, Arak Oosoon. And then it says, Mayhem Incorporated, Detectives Incorporated with a K, and Travelers Incorporated with a K.
Right. Okay. No problem.
Just got to see if Drekic's going to be able to read them.
Right. Remember of the shift, nothing happens, and eventually it becomes morning.
I've finished making breakfast. Coffee. I forgot. I don't have any, Miss Celeste. Do you? I'm just gonna get some out of your bag so that you can have some coffee.
And she is going to sit bolt upright as you say that and kind of like fling the blankets off. Like, no, I'll get it myself, Ingue. It's fine. I'll get it myself.
Oh, sorry.
Don't touch my stuff.
Sorry, I didn't think.
There are personal things in there, woman things you wouldn't understand.
Mental note: how to get Celeste up.
Like crawls across the floor of the
just-
tent, like to her bag in the corner.
I whispered that to Jean as Celeste's going out.
Anyway, breakfast is served.
All right. Let's eat up.
Nothing's burned this time, so.
Ingue, have you been writing in the sky again?
Yeah. I was talking about. First, actually, you know how you saw that bird? Wasn't a
Yeah.
bird. It was like a. It was a spell. And it said something to me. It said lots of things, but one of the things it said that I can remember was Oruk Arak Usoon.
What does that mean?
I don't know. It's in a different language. It's not a language but I tried to remember in case I thought you might know.
It's not draconic by any chance.
Well, let's test. Which languages do you three speak?
Common,
I
draconic, and
speak.
orc.
Nope. Not Orcish.
I think all these languages are already covered, but yeah, Common and Dwarvish and Orc.
Nope.
The only language I speak that I don't think anyone else speaks is Sylvan.
Nope.
My only other one is draconic, but that's not.
It's very foreign to any of the languages that you can present yourself with. It could also just be that the way that he's speaking it might sound a little bit like not right.
It's like Joey from Friends.
Oh, Druidic.
What the fuck?
I also speak Druidic.
Yep,
But
that's not it.
You would assume, yeah.
No, this is a language.
Maybe it's not a good idea that I put it on the sky, because if I don't know what it means, it could be like a swear word in.
It could say, "Come
Probably.
attack us."
What if you just advertised that, death to the land or something?
Maybe.
That would be
Mind you,
bad.
it's not over directly. Like the skyrite's just in the sky. Like it
Well,
doesn't
maybe
point.
you've
It's not
advertised,
like it's,
come kiss me.
but there's no arrow that points to us, so it could be like.
I also feel like in this general vicinity, 2 mornings in a row, we've also said, "Good morning, Drekik. You've done a really good job." And then this strange language that we don't understand. And it's in the same vicinity in the sky. It is somewhat of a beacon, I feel.
Now they're going to
Nah,
associate this with me.
I don't think that was you, Drekik.
The cloud I did yesterday was like 25 miles that way.
Still in the same vicinity. If someone's in the west and they look over towards the east, it'll be there.
I'm pretty sure if I was 25 miles away, I could still see it. I mean, it's a cloud.
True that. Well, which one do you think's the best? Do any of them look good?
Well, I was going to ask, is that what you assume the words mean? Mayhem Detective Travelers? Did the bird call us that? Is that what it thinks we are?
Oh no, sorry, I got distracted. I just put that up so I could remember. The top bit is the thing that the bird said, and then the bottom bit is the names that we could be called, so you can see them written out.
I was gonna say that bird knows us pretty well, but
The
yeah,
Traveling Detectives of Mayhem
yes.
Incorporated.
Incorporated.
Just a bit of a mouthful.
The
Yeah.
Oh, nah.
TDMI.
No, oh, sorry. I think we should choose one.
Only
like
one.
Mayhem Incorporated or Detectives Incorporated, something like that.
Yeah, like that.
I feel as though mayhem is rather off-putting. I mean, who's going to want to associate themselves with?
Yeah,
That pride themselves on mayhem.
Yeah, I
And
just
in
was
which town
thinking
you go
about.
to.
It describes us.
I was gonna say, depending on the town, that's a good description.
I don't think we could be called the Detectives.
Oh, I forgot we were going to be Karameshi Incorporated.
That's what I thought we had decided yesterday.
Oh yeah.
I thought Karameshi was pretty good.
Yep, all right. I wasn't sure if
Okay.
we decided on that, so
Well, I
Okay.
don't know. Have we decided on that?
I'll put it up in the morning.
No, don't put it up in the sky.
But isn't that
makes
the
it
point?
official.
If we put it in the sky, when we arrive in a place and they're like, "Oh, who's that?" It's
So-
like, that's us.
Well, a point I was going to bring up regarding that last night, before I walked off, which apologies.
Oh no, we're the sorry ones. You were in your right.
I'm unsure if it's truthful for me to say nope, it's all okay, but I'm just going to push on for now. With using that name, the one thought that did come to mind is it would definitely draw a lot of attention, and the downside to associating us with someone is that if they have enemies, they sort of become our enemies. Now, I'm not saying this should deter us from it, all things considered, but it is something just to keep in mind.
Well, what
And
if we... Oh, sorry, Sean, I interrupted you.
No, it's fine. I'm good
I
to
was going to
bounce
say,
off.
we could potentially just use initials. You know, VK Incorporated. Doesn't necessarily tie us to a particular thing,
I'm
but...
sure people will ask what that means when we go for jobs and things.
Well, then we can either come up with something entirely new each time, which could be a fun game, or we could be honest with those that we trust.
Quick question.
Okay.
Does anyone here get along with their dad?
Yep.
Yeah. I got along with my father very well.
Well, that goes out of that question.
Oh,
I'm gonna suggest Bastard Dads Incorporated.
I am not a bastard.
No,
What's a
Bastard
bastard?
Dads.
Well, my father is definitely not a bastard.
What's a bastard?
A bastard is someone who was born if their parents were not joined in matrimony officially by a church.
Oh, I'm a bastard.
Doesn't surprise me. It's not a bad thing. It's just a word that people like to throw around. Usually, in context, if someone calls you a bastard, they're usually saying, "Oh, you
I don't like
scoundrel."
Oh,
used to have bad connotations.
Back in the early empires.
Yes. The 1960s.
That was like yesterday.
yeah.
Back in the early empire.
Back in the first empire.
Back in the first episode.
wait.
I guess
So it's bad if your parents don't believe in a god and they have children. That seems silly.
Not necessarily anymore. Used to be.
I think it's just different cultures see it a different way. So, but it's a fun sounding word. So I think a lot of people, even if they believed otherwise, still use the word bastard negatively because it's just it's like calling someone a dickhead. I don't know, it just flows off the tongue.
Yes. That's
Yes.
why I'm using it, not the
It
other
is.
way.
It's mostly used in a serious matter when it comes to royals and nobility.
Yeah.
It becomes a how should I say, a powerful insult for some. Where the
course.
ordinary people don't really seem to care. It's just a joke sometimes to some people.
Yeah.
For the
Yeah, I guess
record,
so.
I'm
Right,
definitely
right.
not a bastard.
Okay.
And neither is my father.
We won't use that. I'm still getting used to this think before you speak thing that Celeste tried to tell me about.
Well, I mean, you had an idea. Nothing wrong with putting it out there. I don't think anyone got hurt from that.
VK.
You get hurt from that, Celeste. If you did, I'm sorry.
Just be careful with what you say, because it's not only other people that you need to be wary of, it's yourself.
My dad's pretty mean, though.
I'm very sorry to hear it.
Cool thing about this group thing is you kind of get to choose a bit of family, so.
As long as I don't call you daddy.
Not a new daddy now, Drakic. It's all okay.
Well, say, you know, like we can see how things go, and hopefully we got a better connection and all that. But, yep. All right, let's move on.
Just sips coffee.
All right. Well, I like the direction we're heading. I think we're coming down the right way. But, yeah, VK Incorporated, I think, could work well. So we have an official title, but that's sort of how we go by in public.
We could go by Viking Incorporated. This is this guy's name. VK.
Like VR Space King Incorporated.
Well, if we're doing Countermeasures Incorporated, that instead of, what was the first word in VK?
Valentina.
Yeah, Valentina Countermeasures Incorporated is our actual name because we don't want people to know about that. We can just go with Viking.
What? I don't understand.
Well, we don't want to go up to people and they'd be like, "Oh, what does VK stand for?" And we're like, "Oh, Valentina Countermeasures," and then they turn to us and like, "How dare you!" Huh. We just say Viking, and it's pretty neutral.
So yeah, except sometimes we do want to be Valentina Countermeasures because it holds power, and I don't know if everyone knows that she's dead yet.
I thought it would be a fun way to trick people. Because we could change what it means every time. And just standard, VK Incorporated is, what we're known as. But then there's always going to be some sort of mystery surrounding what VK actually stands for. And then it kind of shrouds us in this thing. We can tell the people at one place, it stands for Viscount Kingston. Then people are like, who is this Viscount Kingston? And then somewhere else we say, no, it stands for Vicious Koalas.
Vicious Mockery.
What is a
No, that's an
koala?
N. Something that we have in the Feywild. It's a creature. They're terribly dangerous. They drop from trees and scratch your face off.
I mean, I assume, vicious koalas. We could do that to instill fear into people. That'd be cool.
Vicious koalas.
All right.
I feel like we need a constant name, though, because if we go to one town, we say we're this, and we go to the next town, we say something else. No one will ever know us.
That's where VK comes from. Because we'll just always introduce ourselves as VK Incorporated. And then if anyone should ask that we don't necessarily trust, and that way only people we trust will ever actually know our true name.
Oh, we want you to think we're good people. We're very kind incorporated. I get it.
And in the town, we can tell people lots, and then they'll just think it's a joke, and then they'll know.
Yeah.
Kind of ever evolving.
Great.
VK Incorporated.
How many words start with V?
Oh, probably over 10.
Probably.
All right.
So, are we decided from here on out? VK
I think so.
Incorporated. And this also
Till
sounds like a word that we made up as well. Vicky.
Vicky!
Sure.
Vicky.
I guess
Vicky.
until we do anything official, always got a little time to change it if needed, but I'm pretty happy with it.
We can always change what it stands for. like victorious knights or something.
Yep.
Silent K. I like that.
Well cooked.
Well, good.
I don't understand where the V in the K comes from. Unless you're like German.
That's in that
Welcome.
language that I heard last night from the bird.
Is that bird back?
How do you spell that?
Okay.
All right.
Well, I'll send another bird to we're just outside the city. I'll send another bird to Mana. And are we staying at the city, or are we just going to try and keep moving?
Well, I'm gonna go see the council,
Oh yeah.
but then after that, we'll probably just keep going. Well, actually, we need a drink. By we, I mean me. I don't know about you guys, but this time before we go, I'm taking a barrel for the road because a week without alcohol is stressing.
Why do you have a week without alcohol?
Because we've been traveling. And it's, maybe that's why I'm having all these bad ideas suddenly. Maybe I'm having drawbacks.
I feel as though you have some sort of dependency.
No, I just really like alcohol.
You're finding it hard to function without it. I'd say that's a dependency.
Why don't you just get a higher concentration?
That's what I've got.
I mean, I could, but then it'd just go at just as quick anyway.
Nah, mix it with like.
I mean, a cup of alcohol is a cup of alcohol, no matter what type.
Makes my head hurt thinking of it.
You're gonna telepathically speak into Celeste's mind and say, "We've been playing tricks on the wrong party."
Spice just looks at you and gives just with your wisdom, even your passive insight, you see the look on her face that's just imperceptible, that she just kind of turns to you and just that's how Ingue sees it, but everyone else just wouldn't even notice her respond.
Alcohol's just been part of my culture, so we have alcohol. It's how we live.
Right, well, every culture has their traditions. Right, so yes, I've finished my coffee. I'm awake. Let's go.
No problem.
You got the reins this time, Drekker?
Yep, I'll take them.
All right.
Very well.
With the promise of getting to the town, he's going to go slightly faster
Right.
than normal.
So as you begin traveling, you notice that there is an influx of people on the road heading towards the city. It seems almost like people have been summoned to Vikander. And everyone seems to be in a cheerful mood.
Well, isn't this interesting?
Definitely not the atmosphere that we last found this place. I would assume this is the last place that people would be flocking to after such an event last week.
Drekik's gonna wave at someone in the crowd. Excuse me, what seems to be the rush?
So the individual you flag down is Cole.
Cole!
Oh, hello, buddy. Hey. Wow, aren't you going the wrong way? I thought you were going... Last time I saw you, you were going the same way.
Look, Cole, there has been some events since we last talked. And oh my gosh, I am a full run believer now.
Oh, that was fast. It's been 4 days. Well, maybe a little more, but I lost track. I had a good time myself. Not going to get into the details, but a good time. Anyway, I'm glad that you came around. Not a lot of people who still believe in the old goose.
Cole, I picked up some more
Drekker,
friends
who are
in
you
the city.
speaking to out there? Can we keep moving, please?
Wow, you have a whole crew now. Wow.
Yeah. Everyone, this is Cole. Remember the guy I said mentioned Cole at the inn, and
Hey.
Oh,
Pleasure.
how you doing?
Yeah, I'm pretty good. Like, hey, surprised to see this guy again. So soon.
What does Cole look like?
He's a young human. He has like short brownish hair. He looks very he doesn't have a lot of clothes on. He just basically has like almost like a tunic and normal clothes. It's like a warmer version of obviously of that. But it's not like he's wearing like a thick coat or anything like that. He has a shield and a sword on the back of his horse and stuff. He looks like just a young man, maybe around 18, 19 years old. And he has a symbol around his neck that is also a symbol of Ran.
Pleasure. Drekik, can we...
yes, I assume we're still just slowly plodding along, even though he's riding next to us or something.
Right, yeah. Well, pleasure's all yours. Yeah, cool.
Did you find out what's happening?
Yes, Cole. What seems to be the rush into the city?
Well, they're having a celebration, because Kriegska and Finhelm has been taken back. They're now under the rightful control once again. Seems like Kambaska came through. I'm guessing they had some new allies, apparently.
New allies?
Yeah, beats me. I have no idea, but I'm sure they're going to be talking about it later today.
I'm sure they will. If they've been taken back so soon, just lost them.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure how that happened. I just wanted to get out of there. I'm not much of a frontline fighter. I'm more of a backroom lover, to be completely honest. But we all live and learn.
Hey, Cole, I've been meaning to ask you, ever since, things have happened and stuff. I'd like to learn more about Ran than what we could learn in our 2 days. Is there anywhere I can go?
To learn about Ran? Well, I mean, I think I'm probably the best choice you have at this point. I don't see a lot of people who really believe in him anymore. I did hear a rumor that someone got marked, but other than that, I don't know. He's supposed to be dead. He has a lot of bad rep, but he was on the same level as the Stormlord, to be honest. He was just maybe a little bit too full of himself. I mean, gods have a tendency to do that. It's not the first time in history that's come up. Just look at all the golden patrons from Eros and such. They are pretty full of themselves, to say the least. No offense up there, if you're listening. Don't strike me down with whatever. But yeah, I have some old books somewhere, but I'll have to go home and find them. I'll be glad to hand them over to you once I go back. It'll take a little bit, though. I can send them to you, actually, if you want.
Yes, that would be great. How although I'm about to go on quite a journey, I don't know how you find me.
Oh, I'll figure it out. I'll send you a message if I get a hold of my books, and then I can send them to you if you want. There's a lot of stories in there. A lot of them, most of them are good. There's a few of them, like how he was killed and stuff like that. They're not maybe as glamorous as the rest of the stories, but for the bad rep he's gotten over being a little bit full of himself, he's actually done quite a lot of good things too.
Yes, I'm hoping I can spread some good rep about him.
Right. Well, I have to return first to get the books. It's on the Solidan Sanctuary, so it will be a little bit before I get there, most likely.
No, that's okay, Cole. Look, honestly, as it's only been a week since I've known you, but you've been really a top-notch friend.
Right. Well, that's what I'm here for, I guess. Thanks. I mean, we haven't really known each other for very long, but I feel
No,
like you are a very friendly individual too.
Thank you.
All right. Enough of this. So it's all very
Sorry,
sentimental,
Celeste,
but
sorry.
we're on a mission here, and we can't stand around talking about how much we love each other all day. So,
Why not? That is what life is all about, my friends.
well, we're living completely different lives.
Well, that's your problem, isn't it?
But Drake, can we?
You want? Yes. Sorry, Cole. We must press on. I need to go speak to the council.
Yeah, no
about
worries.
matters.
Go straight ahead, my friend. I will be right here. He pulls out a little mini version of a lute and starts playing a little song as he slowly fades.
Is it any good?
It's okay. It's not like groundbreaking. I'll remember this for the rest of my life, but it's not bad. Bless ya!
Sorry. Keith's just like sneaking up on me.
Drakek's
Stealth
gonna be like,
attack.
May all the gods bless you, with a wink.
That was the Stormlord, it looked like.
Kind of like watch him as we're riding away from the back of the carriage. How did you know that fellow again, Drake?
When I was first banished on the way up here, I traveled with him. I bumped into him on the road and traveled with him all the way to Figandras. It was 2 days of chilling with the guy, so.
Interesting. Right, so council first or Mana?
Well, I'm probably going to go to the council, but you guys can go see Mana if you feel you need to go see her.
She'll be packed up, ready to go. Why don't we go to the council first? And I'm sure Mana will be ready.
I'm also wondering while we're here, should we stop in and see what all the fuss is about? And your friend said they were going to make some sort of announcement.
I'm
it worth
sure it'll be
swinging by?
announced with the council.
Right, okay.
Sure.
I should get slightly closer to Vicandris. It's getting closer to evening because it is almost an entire day's worth of travel. You do hear lots of drums going off from the city and a lot of celebrations, and there's a lot of noise there. There's a lot of guards as well, but it seems like there's some sort of celebration going on already. And that's where we will have a little break.
Okay.
And once we come back, we can see what this is all about.
Yeah.
Yay, sounds good.
Celebration.
Pee
See
break
you after the break.
time.
Yeah.
Right. Are you looking for a more exotic or sophisticated choice in dice? You should check out Level Up Dice, the company of experts in specialty dice, made from materials like semi-precious stones, aluminium, and even have options for wood and bone dice. The designs are so beautiful it's hard not to find something which fits your next character. Level Up is an Australian-owned company and also run the Level Up TTV Twitch channel focusing on broadcasting tabletop role-playing games. Follow a link below when purchasing from Level Up Dice. It will greatly help support our channel and also help an Australian local retailer. Level Up Dice, the sophisticated choice. Monsters and Mayhem is sponsored by Miniporium.net, a huge selection of highly detailed miniatures for any tabletop role-playing game. Check out the beautiful miniatures, and if you use the code MAYHEM, all capital letters, at checkout, then you receive a 30% discount. In the beginning, there was nothing.
From the nothing sprung forth a something. The something was not a who or it. The something simply was. The something began roaming the nothingness and found itself alone. In solitude, the something became the somethings. Multiple somethings sprung forth of the something, each with its own voice and presence. The somethings, as great as divine as they were, all needed something to measure their own greatness by. They created the first earth, and by doing so, became gods. The first earth was not perfect. In fact, it had many flaws. Because it was made as a circle, most things placed upon it would fall off the sides into the nothingness. The gods grew furious about the earth, and they cut it in half to make it flat. The excess was simply pushed aside and forgotten, at least for a while. The second earth was perfect, flat and vast. Each god began to populate it with creations and land masses of their dreams. Each god creating beings of their very own. Soon the world was full of inhabitants, and they all began to watch over their creations with anticipation. However, many creations did not turn out the way the gods had hoped for, and a lot of animosity was born over the first few years. The creations would go to war with each other and even themselves. Some of these wars even spilled into the realm of the gods, where the gods themselves would command their creations to destroy another god's creation. The gods were eager to prove themselves better than another, and a long bloody war was fought throughout the first era of the first 3,000 years. A massive war for survival was fueled by the gods themselves as the world began to burn. They started to see their own mistakes. The gods made many sacrifices and separated some races from others by magic or by using the elements of nature. They tried to stop their creation, and slowly a peace of sorts came to be. And such the second era came to be, with peace and kindness as its goal. Not every god nor every creature followed the peaceful ways, and some even broke away from their gods after such events. But for now the god wars were over, having successfully separated their creation to an extent, minimizing the overall doomsday and averting full chaos. For almost another 3,000 years, the races had been completely separated. The gods had made a plan. The God Gate, located now in the Kingdom of Quill and where the borders of Okorlan is, had been inscribed with one of the family's life forces, the Karameshi. Once a descendant of that family were to attempt to open the God Gate, all races would once again have free reign. At the end of the 3,000 years, an unknown member of the Karameshi touched the God Gate, unlocking the prophecy. The mountain chains and oceans dividing the races all came down all over the realm. Great panic and rejoice at the same time, as creatures that had once only heard fairy tales of each other now once again stood face to face with one another. The gods had hoped that the last 6,000 years would have been enough for everyone to learn to coexist. But from the start, the tension already started building again. Wherever fragile peace was on the table seemed to crumble and regather from time to time. But the time of the wars was surely not over. There was now other entities who spread darkness across the world. Maybe the world had learned its lesson, or maybe it was doomed to repeat it. Welcome to the world of Epidos, where adventures are born, heroes are forged, and villains are always up to mischief. The Kingdom of Quill lies in the middle of it all, the heart of human civilization, at least if you ask them. To the north lies the cold Shadanon, where Northling constantly test the borders to the kingdom with raids and invasions. To the south lies the desert lands of Zahani, ruled by self-proclaimed princes and empresses. The tension is at an all-high after a failed invasion into the kingdom years ago still sends trouble both ways. To the southeast lies the Dragon Empire, a proud people ruled by the Dragon Emperor, who according to legend are descended from a real dragon. The Empire has been locked in a cold war with the kingdom for generations, blocking all travel from entering their nation. But for the common folk, it's Monday. The birds are flying low and it looks like it may rain.
Jean Ortenfall spent his childhood on his family's farm, just south of the Duvet Forest. His parents, Durden and Macy, raised him well, teaching him what he needed to know to one day take over. Financially, they did quite well for themselves, carting their crops to nearby towns and cities for sale, although the frigid weather that often surrounded their home did not make it an easy life. As is the case with most youngins living the farm life, Jean eventually sought to see what else the world had to offer, and so he left in search of what opportunities the neighboring city had for him. It wasn't long before he realized the city life was not his to live. The boy who left, though, had become a man, and the man had met a woman, a blacksmith's daughter by the name of Cerithia. They fell for each other quick, and before they knew it, their love blossomed into a marriage and a son. The son they named Durlin, after Jean's father. Jean eventually returned home to his parents' farm with his family, where they made a life for themselves, a new life for his wife and son, but one all too familiar to Jean. They were happy. That is, until the day vile creatures from beyond the veil made their way into their home. After being driven from his homeland by the insatiable undead that now plague it, Jean seeks out those brave enough to aid him in cleansing his land of the foul fate that befell him and his family, and exacting the vengeance he so eagerly thirsts for.
As a child, Celeste Highcrest would never have dreamed of leaving the sheltered life of luxury she had become accustomed to. Born to two noble parents in a land far beyond the Vale, Celeste's childhood had been fraught with expectation. Her father, High Archivist Saran Highcrest, had set high standards for his two children, and the elder of those two elves, Celeste's sister Cressida, had surpassed all of them. Cressida had found her talents at an early age, her nose buried in books, and magic coming to her as easy as breathing. Celeste, however, had struggled in the shadow of her sister's success for as long as she could remember, never quite meeting the expectations of her father, and always the object of his disappointed glances. When the two elves came of age, they sat the entrance exam to join their father at the sanctum, to become mentored under his tutelage and scribe ancient texts in the archives. Cressida, to no one's surprise, had passed the exam with overwhelming success. Celeste, on the other hand, held true to her long-standing tradition of always being second best. It was rare that one should ever choose to leave their homeland, but never being able to escape the constant overshadowing from her sister, Celeste had decided it was finally time to break free of this tradition. For here, she would always be Cressida's sister, never her own person. But if she were to leave, perhaps she could finally forge her own path. She found her way to the dimension door, stepping through for the first time and finding herself in a land strangely familiar, yet unlike anything she had ever experienced. She boarded the first ship she came across, bound for the kingdom of Quell, and spent years traveling these oceans between continents, desperate to find something worthy enough to bring home as tribute to her family. Until one day, the news found her. The door that she had stepped through to enter this plane had vanished, along with every other door that could lead her home. Now stuck, seemingly an entire universe between her and her homeland, Celeste is searching for answers, and some miracle that could lead her home again.
A young half-elf, Tam Corthan grew up working the land with his father and learning herblore and healing from his elven mother. After a horrible childhood accident, he swore he would avoid violence, unless he had no other choice. When the war came, like every Corthan for generations before him, Tam enlisted to fight for his king. During the bloody battle for King's Helm, Tam's selfless efforts to heal his friends caught the eye of the celestial Aethia, and she became his patron, giving him the gift of celestial healing. His courage in battle did not prevent him from drawing the ire of his superiors. His compassion was blind, and he would heal all in need, even the enemy. After the end of the war, Tam worked as a healer in the villages outside Crackvolm, hoping to save enough money to gain entry to the Healers Guild. After a series of unfortunate events, Tam finds himself in debt to a very wealthy and very criminal cartel boss. Pinned between his compassion and his new master, Tam tries to make the best of his situation, dreaming of a day where he can live his life in freedom.
Ingue grew up in an exclusive, reclusive community of druids. His elders, ancient and wise, one of the greatest, his mother, was a great storyteller, and he grew up sharing their stories. While the community has very strict rules and customs and routines, each member is encouraged once in a lifetime to travel out into the world and experience the trials and tribulations, bring back their challenges to share and to tell the story of the world.
Once again.
Ah.
There you go. As we left off, you were heading towards Kendris, and you could hear the evening was full of celebrations and drums and music. As you slowly start approaching, you can indeed see that there is a big celebration going on, and the majority of the Archidron, where the High Church is full of people watching almost like a stage. And on that stage, there is a dragonborn, white, with one eye and one arm missing, standing on the stage, next to another white dragonborn, a little younger, but well built.
Guys.
And they are part of the celebration. It seems that they are the guests of honor. Next to them, there's an individual who seems to be completely cloaked, not wearing any armor, any sigils, just a basic brownish cloak, and head covered within the hood, standing with them. This is not a person that you have seen before, Drekik. This is also a little hard to see who is. Celebrations going on. There's a lot of sacrifices to the gods. And as you enter, one of the other council members sees you and gives you a nod before continuing into the rest of the celebration. And that individual who gave you a nod that's the wrong background, sorry, Budan Kars, the half-orc, who you also talked to during the council meeting earlier.
This is where all the hubbub is, I suppose. This is where that announcement will take place.
If anyone's looking at Drakik's character, you can see he's just angrily sort of staring at the white dragonborns.
Who are they? Who are they, Drakik?
Family.
Oh, is that your father?
Yep.
Oh, which one?
The one that looks all beaten up.
Oh. And she kind of like looked towards Jean and looked back at him. Interesting. Why would he be here? Didn't they say they'd taken back to, settlements or something of some sort?
Well, they were the settlements that were lost after I did my little doodad.
Oh, right.
So they were under his domain, so it makes sense why it would be him here.
That's rather awkward.
And so you think he's here directly because of what's happened, I assume.
Yes, because they've retaken the towns. I am assuming that's why he's up there as a guest of honor for the celebrations, because he would be the reason they took them back. Somehow.
TV place to see you, do you think?
No.
Oh.
Perhaps we should go see the council later.
What are we to do in the interim?
Get a drink.
I'd like to see the announcement.
I'm with Celeste. I think it's valuable information. But, I mean, if you want to head over, you could let Mana know we could fill you in.
Is there a place nearby where I can grab, like, a hooded cloak?
There is some areas here where they're selling different knitted goods and such. So there is a place where you can buy it if you want. It's a lot of celebrations, so there's a lot of booths open with market goods at the moment still, where normally it would be closed.
Right, I'd like to just 1 second and go buy a hooded cloak and put it on.
No problem. It's like a silver or so.
Yeah.
It's all very cloak and dagger.
All right. Ready.
He really mustn't like his father. Oh, Drake.
You'll be fine. Don't worry.
Should we go and park the cart somewhere? I feel as though it's a little bit ostentatious.
Aren't we selling it back? Isn't that the plan? Didn't we buy it from here?
That's a good idea. And the horse.
Right.
Oh no. Not him again.
Oh, or should we sell it once we get to the ivory clasp?
Yes. Yes, please do that. Don't think I can bear that salesman again.
Yeah. Did we? I thought we rented this. Or am I misremembering?
No,
we
bought
bought it.
It wasn't as expensive as you thought it was. That's why you ended up buying it.
Oh.
It was like 25 gold or something.
Yeah, it wasn't really bad.
That's right. All right. Yeah. Might as well hang on to it. We'll go find a stable or somewhere to park this. Right.
Right. Let's get off.
How long till the announcement?
So there's currently a lot of celebration. It looks like within maybe 10 minutes or so there will be at least an announcement there. And again, one of the council members, the same guy, comes over to you. And he says, why are you back already, Chosen One? Are you here for the celebration? I can't imagine that you and your father has good words to be shared.
I didn't know about the celebration, if I'm to be perfectly honest. I came because more has developed since last I came.
Really? What has transpired?
Is it possible to go somewhere less public?
Of course. And he leads you, or all of you, depending on if you're following, to a little house where someone lives, and he opens the door and he says, "Out!" And this person leaves his home. Here we go. We can sit here and have a conversation. There's apparently some tea here as well.
Thank you. Tea, anyone?
Anyway, he goes and organizes the tea.
It's already made. It's already made on the table.
Yeah,
like they were having supper when this happened.
Do you feel rather rude?
Look, it's just the customs here, Celeste. You'll get used to it.
I hope not.
John's out parking the cart, by the way, so he's not there.
Right.
Right. There's no easy way to say this, but the gods have marked me again.
Really? Interesting. Can I see? What is this? I've never seen... He spits on his finger and tries to rub it off. I don't understand.
I also do not understand.
This has never happened before.
I've heard of two, but never all.
Well, we need to consult the gods. I think we need to address this with the council during tonight. This is very important. Don't go too far. We will probably need to have a conversation with the gods about this, I think. Yes.
Yes.
We need a sacrifice.
Animal sacrifices, Celeste.
I'm not quite sure that will cut it tonight. I will take care of this. Excuse me, I have much to attend to. Thank you for telling me this. And he just darts off.
Does this mean that you outrank them now, Drekik?
I'm very concerned about what he said about sacrifice. Sorry.
Well, that's what I thought. Then you told me it was an animal sacrifice.
And then he said it wasn't.
Sacrifice is part of the religion. In certain aspects. It is very heathen when it comes to that part.
I've never been part of a sacrifice of that scale.
Should we be concerned?
We'll see what happens tonight, I guess.
Excuse me, are you done with my living room?
Oh yes, sorry.
I'm just really hungry, you know.
Yes, sorry, please, sorry to disturb you. Just flick a gold in his direction.
Oh,
yes. Sorry.
Thanks.
Thank you for the time.
Thank you. Thanks.
So, Drekik, does this mean that you outrank the rest of the council now? You said they were all marked by a god, but now you're marked with... No, does this mean that you are now, like, high council member or something? Isn't that... You said that's how your religion hierarchy worked.
Then not all marked. Only 2 of them. Currently.
See, being marked gives you control of a province if there is a province available to be controlled. But never in our entire history has anyone ever been marked with all the gods. So,
Interesting.
I don't know.
It's one of those, write it down as it happens.
Well,
Sorry, Ingue, were you going to say something?
Well, I think you're onto something, Celeste. If you're chosen by all the gods, shouldn't you be their leader?
Sounds like to me they've all come to unanimous decision as to someone that they believe can be trusted, or whatever it is that they're thinking. They're all unanimously agreeing on something in particular, so surely that would outweigh an individual's choice.
Mr. Drekik, you know how you're worried about the sacrifice?
Yes.
How does it work?
That's an excellent question.
What do they do? Tell me very specifically the specific ceremony that you have no idea about.
Yes, let me explain the specifics of what I know to you. What do I know?
You don't really know much because, it is part of the religion, but you haven't seen that aspect of it really in praxis for a long time. Mm-hmm. A thing that is sometimes used is that when there is a question that they are unable to answer, they will sacrifice someone or they will sacrifice themselves to go to the afterlife. And then if there is a positive reaction to the question, there may or may not be a sign of the gods.
It's like the augury spell, except you have to kill someone to get it.
Kind of.
I wonder why they don't just speak to them. Seems like it would be far easier.
Well, I speak to them nightly. That doesn't mean they speak back.
Weird.
Very strange. Well,
I'm sure they're about to do their announcement.
It is
Shall we
starting
closer?
at the moment. You can hear the music is dying down slightly.
Sean a little bit deeper in, spots of, I got a good spot over here.
Park the card in the middle.
Yeah. We have the high ground here.
Right. Okay.
So, the orc Grunt is also one of the council members, one of the marked. He starts the ceremony and says, "Welcome, everyone. This is a very special night for several reasons, it seems. First of all, we're here to celebrate the retaking of our 2 villages, which of course don't belong to us, but are close allies. And because of this, we have chosen to bless Farstad Yorkson with also earlhood. He will be taking over the Finnhelm region, and his father will keep the Krigsguard. This is great celebration, but we could not have done this without their new ally. So we are here to also give thanks to them." And the individual with the hood standing next to them on the stage, he removes his hood, and you can see it's a Triton. Due to our newfound ally, we will not be harvesting anymore from the sea. As part of the agreement, we now have an alignment with these Triton. But we have another announcement and a sacrifice. I would like to ask Drekig Yorkson also to join me on stage.
Oh, what's the point of the cloak?
And you can see the father of Drekig is very surprised and does not look very happy by this, but he stays there, biting his tongue. Come on, Drekig.
Wish me luck.
No.
This is not going to go well. Thanks,
And-
Celeste. Your thoughts are well meant.
And as he talks about the rest of this, the crowd is like cheering, but as soon as they mention your name, everyone just doesn't say anything. They're just quiet. Like they don't really know how to react.
I just start pushing through the crowd.
As that happens, I'm going to cast Minor Illusion and make it sound like the crowd is clapping.
Right, make a deception check.
Deception. Oh, hell yeah, deception, bitch. Oh, fuck, that went 1,000 miles away.
It's a net 1.
Oh, no, a 28.
Right. A few of the people, they hear that and they just start clapping as well and cheering and going along with it. And some of them are like, what the fuck are these people doing? But a good part of them actually does make it a thing. So, yeah.
A familiar voice as well with John joining in. Woo, Drekig!
I know that guy!
He's a friend from
Told me
work.
Daddy once.
So,
Take off your shirt!
so Drekig is assisted onto the stage, which now is a little bit of a strange sight because you have 3 Dragonborn and obviously one of them doesn't fit in with the other 2 currently, and they don't even look at him. They just stand there, accepting their own praise. They do not say a word or anything.
Yeah. If they're standing on like the left side of the stage, I'm gonna stick as far to the right side of the stage as I can.
Yep, no problem. And then the Triton is in the middle between you, and he just looks at you up and down, and then just continues. We have been given a great gift. Not only have we had luck in battle, which has been a while, we have also now been blessed with a chosen of all the gods. And then everyone
The crowd goes,
just
ooh.
go quiet, and they just like, what? And everyone's like, what does that mean? And we are not quite sure yet what this actually means. So we have a special sacrifice tonight. And you see 2 half orcs lift up a. It almost looks like a T, like a cross. It's just a little shorter on the top, and it has 2 straps on 2 of the long arms, and they place it on the center of the stage towards the crowd, and the crowd goes like, "Oh, yeah!" and they start cheering and stuff like that. And you see Borden Cass himself wearing only a white tunic and white, like, linen pants. And he comes on stage and he has, like, war paint on him. And as he lifts out his arms, everyone just cheers. And he nods as one of the priestesses gives him a blessing on his
Sorry,
face.
what's happening here? I'm sorry. Are we... I'm just going to look towards, like, Jean and Ingue and, like, around at the crowd. What? Sacrificing him? The person?
No. I think this is just like a little show beforehand. I think they're gonna... I don't know, he's gonna, like, weigh some chickens on that thing or something, and they'll take that out back and weigh that, like...
No,
right?
no. They're going to be strapping him to it. Excuse me. And she'll kind of, like, grab someone in front of her. Is that...
What? I'm missing it.
What's happening here?
He's going to be a messenger to the gods.
Sean, they are. They're killing him.
No, he wants to. It's his choice.
That doesn't mean it's not murder.
Why?
As this conversation happens, he moves on to the little contraption, and he straps himself in one side, and someone helps him with the other, and he just stands there stretched out.
No,
in front of
stop!
everyone.
Stop! You can't just kill a man to speak to the gods. That's not... You can't do this.
I think this is just their way.
No one seems to care about what you're saying. They just seems to be slightly annoyed that you're taking away from the ceremony.
Stop! You can't... Is anyone... Am I the only person seeing sense here?
Do you want to do something about it, Celeste?
I don't know what we can do. Without getting into a fight.
So
yeah.
So Grunkt goes over to Bodan, and he kisses him on the forehead and says, "Good journey, my friend. I will see you on the other side." And then he slits both his wrists and walks back as he just stands there while he bleeds out.
Celeste is going to cast Healing Word.
Okay. The bleeding will most likely stop.
So that's 4, and that's a 2, so that's 6 plus 6 is... no, 6 plus 4.
As the bleeding stops, he realizes, I don't think the gods favored our question. It seems they do not accept the offering.
I cast Kyrite.
It seems...
Does Drakik notice anything?
In the sky appears, behold, your chosen one. Drakik. Did I know Drakik's last name?
Yeah, they've said Yorkson.
Drakik Yorkson. Follow him.
Drakik's gonna look at the sky and just face palm.
And Celeste will minor illusion a clap of thunder as that happens.
So as you watch this, Skyrite disappears. And for a second, you lock eyes with one of the High Priestess, Ingue. And she does not look happy. And Grunk speaks again. It appears that the gods do not favor our question. Well, with that in mind, there's only one action to go from here. Obviously, Bodan has given a great sacrifice, which was unfortunately not accepted. But from today and here on off, Drakik, Yorksan, you are banished from Ork-Rolan permanently as a reaction to the gods' negative feedback. But there is still much to celebrate, we can still celebrate our victory. And the crowd goes, yeah!
Celeste is going to walk up towards the stage.
Sean's going to be very close behind.
And she's going to say...
How far are you getting? To the stage, on the stage?
Like, to the stage, like, to the guy that's speaking. Like, if she's able to get up, she will. She's getting as close to him as possible.
You cannot get up. There's guards all around the stage.
Up to Will Smith.
So Celeste will kind of, like, look towards him and point and go, "You really think that was the gods?"
Well... You're saying that was you.
Of course it was. Did you not hear me screaming out in the crowd? To stop killing a man.
Well, it appears that we have been fooled. This young lady has disturbed the ceremony and will now be imprisoned.
So Misty steps 30 feet towards the right and starts bolting as quick as she can.
Right.
Imagine John standing there, doesn't realize she's gone, and he's like, I got you. The fuck did she... Shit!
And Drekic's just like this,
17?
like...
Pardon?
Yeah,
that hits.
Right.
My Misty stepped.
Yeah, but they're shooting you with an arrow now. Or 2 arrows. Oh!
Ingue's on the stands eating popcorn.
I would like
21 points of damage as you get hit by 2 arrows in the back on your escape route.
I would like
Arrest that woman now! And all the guards start running after her.
I would like to jump off the stage and see if I can get to Celeste or anyone else.
You are in between the guards because the guards were in front of the stage, and so the guards would be in front of you. But for the period of this, let's roll initiative. Even though it's not technically combat, but someone fucked up. And
I'm using
there's consequences.
a dice a friend of mine gave me for this one, where the natural 20 says yeah, and the natural 1 says fuck. So here we go.
So if you... What does it say?
Sorry?
What does it say? Does it say words or a number?
No, it just says fuck.
Right. So I have those ones there, and then I have this guy here. Right.
Oh no.
Right. What did everyone get?
6.
So Drekik. 6.
Dirty 20.
8.
8 from Ingue. Dirty 20 from Sean. And Celeste?
17.
17. And to be honest, there's probably one more of them, actually. Yeah, there's just general townspeople who want to beat the shit out of you now.
Yeah, you're in trouble.
Right, so top of the round, we actually have Sean. You are in between the crowd right now, and most of them are coming for Celeste.
I'm pretty close to the guards by the stage, right? Because I was right behind Celeste. Or...
Yeah, we can say that. Yeah.
Yeah? Okay. Jean's going to pull off his shield. He's not going to grab his weapons. And he's going to attempt to, like, lift it up. Depending how it's sort of situated, he's either going to try to lift it up and drop it down on top of a guard's head. And create almost a bridge from the stage into this area for Drekik.
Okay.
Or he's going to try throw it up to try create some sort of platform for Drekik to be able to move off of if I see Drekik trying to move.
Right. Are you attacking the guard, or are you just placing it on his head?
Just placing it on his head.
Right.
Put it on his head and just trying to like hold it in position.
Right.
Just be like, Drekik, go!
That's easy enough to do. No problem.
That's it.
Definitely
That's
do
it.
that.
Using whatever's left of my energy just to hold that thing there as best I can.
Oh, good. So I'll give Drekik any advantage on any of the rolls according to that.
Sweet.
Cool. So that was your turn. Next up, we have Celeste. So as you bolt out of this area in the direction you're going, you can either continue straight, you can go to the left, you can go to the right, down whichever street you want. That's up to you.
Okay. Is there a crowd of people who don't look like they're going to, like they're kind of like running, like not running, but kind of like not running towards me? Is there like a crowd of people that I can like go into?
They're pretty scattered because most of them are pushing through them to go after you. It's a little hard to see.
Okay. How close is the nearest, like corner, I guess, or like a place where I would be out of sight of like.
So the area you're in there, it is 50 feet either left or right or straight. Because of the way that it's built up with straight holes.
And how close is the nearest kind of like cluster of people?
So they're all behind you in the town square. Where you were before, I'd say that if you go 30 feet back, you'll be in a cluster of people, but some of them are coming for you. And the guards are on their way, and one of them is mounted on a horse.
Okay. Alright, I'm gonna use all my movement to keep running.
Right.
And then I'm going to hold Thunderwave if any of them get close to me.
Right. Which way do you run and how far do you get?
So it'll be 30 feet and I'll just keep running straight.
Right. Just trying to draw it up because I don't have a battle map for this specific moment. I should have been careful.
Why didn't you have a battle map, Tom?
Should have known.
You had to kill someone in front of like people.
I want the whole city in vivid detail next week, all right?
yeah.
Because this is a round one, so I have trouble doing it on Incarnate. It's the only reason I haven't mapped it out yet, because it's literally just not as easy. Alright, cool. So that's you, and you're holding Thunderwave if someone gets too close.
Mm-hmm.
Right, so you're going straight. Okay, cool. Next up, after you, we have the guy on the horse. So, definitely. So he's going to catch up with you. So I need you to fire your Thunder Wave if you're attacking him.
So it's a Constitution saving throw from him and his horse.
Right, so for him it is a 12, and the horse is a 5.
Yep, so they both fail.
So bad. And they want me banished.
Not done yet.
18 points of thunder damage, and they are pushed away from me by 10 feet, I think. Yes, 10 feet away from me.
So put back 10 feet, and the horse dies. Right.
There's your sacrifice.
Right. So as he gets hit with this, and he takes the damage and gets knocked off the horse, he's like, all right. Pulls out a longbow and fires at you. That is a 15 to hit.
Yep, that just hits. But I am going to turn towards him and just go, your horse died. And I am going to subtract, 6 points from whatever damage you deal.
Right, so you take 3 points of piercing damage as another arrow just nicks the ear or cheek or something. But he is now 10 feet away from you. And he is obviously armed. That is him. Everyone else rolled pretty shit. So next up we have a group of footmen. So they're gonna run after you as well, I think. Let's see. Right, so they divide because one of them are going one side, so there's going to be like a group of them going to the left road, but some of them are continuing after they see what's going on here. That's 5 of those ones, and they have shield and spears, and there's 5 of them, and they don't quite get up to you, so they're still a bit behind. And after that, It's still them. So we have some archers. Right, so some of them are going to the left side. They don't really. So some of them go to the right side, some of them go to the left side, and a few of them are going down the road. So there's going to be 3 more shooting at you with arrows because of reasons. 17, 16, and 22.
Yep, all hit.
That was really bad timing because that's literally where all the fucking guards are right now.
They were killing someone in front of me! What was I supposed to do?
Now you die.
19 points of piercing damage.
Yeah, she's done. Bye.
The sounds of fighting dies. And for now, at least unless someone wants to attack people, there is no more initiative. As they are dragging back unconscious Celeste with 5 arrows sticking out of her, looking like she's pretty beat up.
Can I approach Celeste?
The guards won't let you. They will stay in the way. They're kind of walking around her, all the spearmen.
How far away from Celeste am I? The fact that I didn't move.
Well, as this happens, you are 70, 80 feet away when this happens. When they bring her back, they go past there, so within 50 feet.
Oh, so they are going to go past me?
Not necessarily, but they're coming back that road that she ran down of with her.
Yes. Oh, yeah, so she ran past... Okay, cool, got it.
She ran out and continued running.
She ran out past me, and then they've shot her, and they're dragging her back towards me. To go actually towards the stage, but she'll pass where I am. Because I'm going to...
Potentially. They might also go left or right before they get that far.
Yeah. So I'm going to walk towards and cast Healing Aura, and then turn into... I want to turn into an animal, but it's cold, so I just want to check a sensible small animal. Like, is there cats and stuff around? Or is there...
There's like thick-haired cats, like Mancoons and stuff, I guess.
No monkeys or anything? Like, what kind of...
Not in the cold weather like this.
Yeah. Because lizards wouldn't
like
make
oxes
sense.
and horses and stuff like that.
But I wanted something small. Rats, obviously. Rats?
Yeah, rats.
Cat.
I love
cat.
the camera effect.
Definitely cat. I'm going to turn into a cat and try and get close to Celeste.
Right, so you cast Healing Word first.
No, that's like an aura thing. So,
Okay.
I
So
have
you
to
crawl close to her with the aura on.
Yeah, and then
So how much does that heal her?
It's per round. It's lasts 6 rounds, and I get to heal her each round.
So they don't take much notice of the cat. So
With
Celeste,
30 seconds of healing.
you get healed, and they for now you get 15 hit points back over the course. They do not take you back to the stage. They are taking you somewhere else. But you do regain consciousness while these 2 individuals are dragging you along.
And I say to her, take your cat with you.
What?
It's telepathically in your head.
I can't. I'm being dragged. I can't take a cat. Let go of me. Murderers.
We didn't murder anyone. There was a ceremony that you destroyed.
Well, if your god's so special, then why didn't he stop me?
One of them puts his knife on your throat. Say that one more time, and I will send you to them.
Is that within eyesight of Jean?
Yes.
Jean takes his shield and is just running full pelt.
I'd
Okay.
like
The
to
knife
just
is
jump
pulled
off
up.
this. I'd like to just jump off the stage and stop him.
Are you?
Right. So you're trying to
threatening-
stop John.
Yeah, because he's in front of
Right.
the stage. I'm guessing
Right.
I can just jump off and try and stop him.
Okay. So you two do a contested strength check, I'd say. See if that's possible. That's the easiest way to do it, I think, at this point.
Nat 1. If you beat that,
Okay.
good on you.
So you miscalculate and you
16.
grab him and he pulls you, but then you fall and then you drop off and you're like right now stuck in the mud, both feet sticking straight up.
John,
because you're
stop!
leaning up against it. And John, what do you do?
Does the guy lower the knife at all after that threat?
He's waiting for her response at this point.
Okay. He would stop for just a moment just to turn around and look at who grabbed him. And upon seeing it being Drekik, he'd be like, you gotta stop this. You're the only one with enough power in here.
I'll just
And he's
look at
gonna
look at
turn-
John. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll just be like, we can stop. We can save her. Just wait.
And what is your response, Celeste?
Do you really have so little tolerance to people that with beliefs other than yours?
I just ask that you respect mine. Let's go. And they start dragging you further on, and he removes the knife.
That's what I thought.
John was
Yeah.
like, starting to take off his chest plate armor as he's running, and then sees things calm down a bit, slows and and starts making his way back to Drekik.
So over the course of this little walk, Ingue would have healed you to full.
What full?
Yeah, because you have the aura constantly, and he's walking after you, so it would be full.
Oh shit! I just killed myself again. Also, I put that as damage.
What?
Damage.
I accidentally put it as damage to get me to max.
That's it. That's it. No takey baggies. No. Nope.
She's so shocked that she didn't
gone.
die that she died.
That's a sacrifice.
It was so bizarre. A cat killed her.
But who killed the cat? Curiosity. Alright.
I'm
You
gonna-
get dragged on, and they eventually take you to a prison. It is, how should I say this? When you consider a prison, it's more like stone walls and such. This is similar to that. No windows, no gate. You're dropped in a hole. And then the top's closed after you.
Did they let me? I'm gonna try and get in. I'm gonna try and stick and stay with them.
Make a stealth check.
Oh yep, I can do stealth. There's a cat. Cat.
Cat. It's a
Oh,
kitty
yeah.
cat.
Cat stealth. I don't actually have cat stats. Cat stealth. Ooh, +5 to stealth. 19.
Doesn't seem like they notice. As they close the door, you jump in, and it's a very small space. And then it closes and locks. And you two also would have seen that following eventually when Drekik got out of his predicament. And she is now imprisoned.
Oh, so it's almost like a public prison holding thing?
It's like you go into. There's a little bit of a how should I say, like a town square in front of this place. Most of it's built in stone, and then they have all these holes in the ground where they open up, pop someone in, close it, lock it.
Gotcha.
So
Okay.
there could potentially be 25 cells right in front of you, but you're not quite sure because they're all in the same. Like there's only room enough for one person in there, really. That's how tight they are.
Okay.
Is it a solid box or is it like bars?
It's like a stone hole in the ground. It's like a hole that's been dug,
Like a
enforced
well.
with stone, done. The only air coming in and out is through little holes in the dome.
I'm just gonna take this opportunity to get up from the mud and walk up to Jean and just whisper in his ear, "Get her out," and then walk back on stage.
Okay.
Just to confirm, because I'm a little bit deaf, did you say get her out or will get her out?
We will get her out.
Okay, cool. Just confirming.
Right.
I heard let's get her out too.
Yeah, I was like, look, I'm a little deaf, so let me just make sure.
I said we'll, as in we will get her out.
We'll get her out. Yep.
Well, some people eventually return to the center stage and the music starts playing again. Some people are laughing at the situation of what happened. But yeah, it seems to go back to normal. Most of the guards are very focused now. And Celeste is in jail with Ingue.
The only place in the world where you're put in prison for saving someone's life, so they don't get murdered.
Hey, religion freedom.
How long does your
Freedom of
wild
protest.
shape last?
My wild shape lasts quite a long time. Half my level rounded down. We're level 5, 2 hours.
Okay.
Cool.
In 2 hours it might get
How
interesting.
tall is this thing?
It is 180 centimeters.
About
Okay.
6 foot.
6 feet.
So Dinquay's gonna his head's gonna blow through the top when he
Yeah.
wild shapes.
Well, it's also only really room for one person, so it's about to get really claustrophobic in there. But anyway, it's just the
He
way
can
it
wild
is.
shape a couple times. It's fine.
Yeah, but he has to turn into himself first before he wild shapes, I believe.
Oh no! 6 seconds of pain
So what are you
in
doing,
the
Griffin?
glory hole. Celeste, I think we need to have a talk.
About what, Ingue?
Well, you are obviously upset about this man who wanted to be part of a ceremony and interrupted what a lot of people thought was okay.
Just because some people think it's okay, Ingue, doesn't make it okay.
Yeah, but like, I stopped attacking you for killing, well, not you, but Mr. John from killing people and then eating them, and Mr. Drakic, he had dead people too, and you guys told me that if different people have different views of what's right and wrong, and you do what most people think is right and wrong.
All I did was try and save his life. All I did
Yeah?
was heal him.
But everyone didn't want you to do that.
Not everyone.
I'm confused because, like, I can't. I get it if it was like a person and they were like, no, don't kill me, and then, like, you know, like, say it was like a little girl and they were dragging her up to stage and she didn't want to be there, but he's a really powerful man that made that decision, and you don't know what he reckoned he was going to the gods.
He still has every opportunity to go to the gods, Ingue.
But if I could tell you that I figured out some magic that meant I slit your wrists and then you could go home, would you do it?
No.
You wouldn't if the spell meant that you could go to the Feywild.
No, because
where
I
your
know how
family's
to do
from.
it myself.
But it's blocked. Yeah. But you can't because it's blocked.
Right, but I know how to... I don't get the relevance of this. I
You-
saved a man's life.
Who didn't want to be saved. You stopped a man from going where he wanted to go because of your judgment of your values. Despite thousands, hundreds of people telling you that they valued this and they honored him.
I don't know what to say, Ingue. I could not stand there and let a man's life be taken. Because of the gods decreed it. They don't even know. The answer is subjective. They could draw any conclusion that they wanted from his death. I don't understand why they need to send him. If that's what they believe, they can draw any conclusion they want from his death in reading signs. There is no clear message.
How do you know?
Because that's what Drakic said.
Do you know their magic?
No, but Drakic does. It is, to me, it is senseless, and I would not stand there and just allow a man's life to be taken for something that is up to interpretation.
But why did you have to stop it? Like, you could have just not been part of it.
Didn't you just hear what I said? I would not stand there and just allow a man's life to be taken. I can't do that.
Right.
This is a conversation that just goes on and on and on and on and on.
Yeah.
In the meanwhile, Strekik, what are you doing?
After I pat John on the shoulder, I get back up onto the stage, and I just go, "So, we're going to try this again."
And Grunt looks at Borden and nods. Right. It seems that it was just part of a prank. We are going to do this for real, even though that was a very big disrupting of our traditions. If you find that other individual was casting the sky right, please arrest him too. Anyway,
Job done.
let us continue. And you can see that some of these priestesses are starting to walk around searching for Ingue. The music kicks up again, and you can see that both your brother and your dad is gone. They've left. In the meanwhile, they don't care about this part of the celebration, it seems. But they continue once again. From the imprisonment, Celeste, you can hear that it seems like they are going to continue. Sean, is there anything that you are doing at this moment now?
Much like myself, mostly contemplating, tossing back and forth between some ideas. John's just sitting there thinking, like, looking at every possible outcome, every situation he can come up with, both of what's going on stage and what's happened to Celeste, and that weird cat that was following her for a while, but that seemed to disappear. I think the most, after a bit of thinking, Jean would just sort of stop, put his head down, close his eyes, and just, come on, Stormlord. I need you to help me. I need you to help me see this as the way you want it to be seen. And he's going to open his eyes again and just look up. And continue to watch the ceremony while he's thinking of ways to get Celeste out.
See the clouds sort of growing a little thicker than before. You don't see any thunder, but it definitely looks like it's clouded now, where before it was more clear.
Right.
That's positive and negative, who knows? And what do you do, Drake?
I'm just going to look at the symbol on my wrist and just be like, is this really what you want? And then just watch the ceremony as it continues. Just don't know what else to do.
So the crowd again continues where they left off after the little fight. Some of them are almost laughing a little bit at what just transpired because now it's all good again. Borden does the same thing as before, and they repeat the ceremony and slit both his wrists. And he slowly starts bleeding out and eventually loses consciousness. After a few minutes of him not moving, they gently take him down. They carry him to what can best be described as, it's almost like a stone coffin, but it's more like a slab. And they gently place him. And they place fruit and other gifts to the gods. And they place dried oats and dried wheats and dried meats. And they then start filling it up around it. with dried grass and dried grain and anything flammable. And no one at this point says anything, they just serving. And then one of the priestesses, she takes a torch, and then she says, "This individual has chosen to go to the gods for a question. Our question is the marked one a good or a positive omen for our nation?" And they set it on fire, and he gets a inferno of a funeral. It takes 10 minutes maybe before everything on the slab has been consumed by the flames. And then it starts raining. Small drops. And then thunder. But no lightning, just thunder. And then one lightning strike right in front of Drekking. You're almost pushed back by the weight of this impact. You're not hurt. And in the split second that it hits, you almost see a face smiling back at you. Long, sharp teeth and wide eyes. And Grunk speaks again. "The gods have spoken. Trekek is a good omen for our nation. We are pleased with the gods' choice. And the gods are pleased with our sacrifice. Tonight, celebrate, drink, whore, whatever you want. Tomorrow begins a new world with Drekik at its front." And everyone starts cheering and drinking. And after that, it continues to rain throughout the night.
Can I request to see Celeste at any point?
You request, but it also gets denied.
What's the point of being chosen if you don't have any power?
What's the time frame on all of this happening? Okay, what's this?
So the ceremony itself would have taken about an hour.
Okay. In the rain, Sean's gonna sort of like, well, okay. How loudly did you make the request to see Celeste?
I would have spoken to like the most top official guard I could find.
Yeah, like in quiet or like a decree type thing.
Yeah, in quiet.
Okay, cool. All right, yeah. So in that case, Jean's gonna see a bit of time has passed and nothing's really happened, so to speak, and he's gonna start rolling his eyes in his head a little bit, and turn and start slowly walking towards this place where Celeste has been placed, and he's gonna start dropping his armor on the floor and removing his shirt, exposing his mark, and place his hands down as he walks over to it. He's going to put his hands over, or get as close as he can and put his hands over it, and he goes, "The storm is drawing me here." I'm just going to look at a guard and hope something happens.
Make a deception check.
Not bad. 12?
Well, a lot of people get dragged to this place, just not in the same sense as you, apparently. You can see the prisoners tomorrow. There is no contact with them overnight.
I sense something.
I
There's something
do. I
happening here.
sense bullshit in the air. Now fuck off.
I'll try and find Jean while this is happening.
Can we hear? Like, how much can we see and hear from inside to outside?
You can't really see anything. You can see slight glimpse and a little bit of rain coming through, but you can hear. I'd say make a perception check. Disadvantage because these places are built to resist you screaming.
It's not raining heavy enough for them to be, like, the water to fill up too high, is it?
No, but I mean, it could be in a bad day.
We got water breathing, we're fine.
I can turn into things with a swim speed. No. Oh, it's
It's fine until you can't get a short rest. Right. You can hear muffled, like, I was drawn to this place, and fuck off. And you can recognize the voice of Sean and the god.
Alright, so I'm going to telepathically say, there's not supposed to be two of us in here. Who put two in here?
Aren't you supposed to see the person?
Oh,
You need to be able to see them.
Oh, I can't even speak telepathically. Yeah, yo.
Sorry.
No, that's good. That's good. That's good limit. Yeah, so I can't see out. Oh, interesting.
John looks at the guy that said "fuck off" and sort of like turns his chest a little bit towards him to try to show the symbol, and raise an eyebrow a bit and go, "Look at this guy. Don't blame me if it happens to you."
I understand that you're chosen and everything, but I don't know who the fuck you are. You don't belong here. You're not part of us. Like, you haven't done shit to earn that right now, so I don't really know why I should listen to you. Also,
Oh,
I have my
I don't
orders
expect
from
you
the
to.
high church, so, yeah, they pay me, so there you go.
No, I understand. I don't expect you to. I'm just saying it's, I don't think it's a coincidence of the storm. I'd just be careful if I was you.
Right.
A kind warning.
Thanks
not
for the warning,
from me.
friend.
He's going to turn around and go back and start collecting his armor and look up for Drake. Start trying to put everything back on, kind of.
Meow.
Yeah, so I'm trying to find Drake. I mean, John. I found myself. There I am.
You eventually find him in front of the prison.
John.
And you can see you can see that he tried to have a conversation with this individual at least, but it didn't seem to go his way.
How'd you go?
Simply put, God told me to fuck off.
Fair enough. Pretty much the same response here.
I thought these markings were meant to hold power in this place, at least to some degree.
I think they do to some degree, but I mean, there are laws in place for a reason. I guess.
It's fair.
Forgive me, I've only been chosen for 4 days. Yeah, I'm still new to all this.
You and me both, brother. I think we should find Ingue and figure something out.
Yes. Have you seen him since the...
No. Last I saw, he was chomping on some snack and just watching the show. Pull out my sending stone. Ingue, I don't know where you are, but we got a situation. Seems Celeste is being captured, and we need to get her out of there.
Oh, fuck this.
Celeste, I don't understand. Oh, wait.
Did we just hear meow?
Celeste, John just tried to talk to me, but I can't talk back to him. He doesn't know I'm here.
Celeste will grab her sending stone, go, Sean, Ingue is in here with me. He's a cat.
No.
Oh shit. Situation may have gotten more complicated, Rekik.
What's happening?
Looking around, trying to be as quiet as possible, leaning in towards Drakic.
Ingue turned into a cat and is in the hole with Celeste. I don't know how long he can hold that form.
There's not enough room in there for 2 people.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Celeste is small. She can squish.
I'm just gonna look at the guard and be like, "Can 2 people fit in those holes?"
Absolutely not. And I'm not gonna put you in one. Stop asking.
No, just wondering.
I'm not gonna do it.
No, don't put me in one.
Nope. Stop asking.
Yep, fair enough.
Jesus, these people, man. These homeless guys.
I think, John, we're a bit too out in the open at the moment, and I don't think we're going anywhere. I think we can't do anything. At least there's nothing I can do at this moment in time.
Do you think I was trying to convince that one guard that something about the Storm Lord or something about the storm being here and my symbol? I felt a presence of something with the cage.
Move off the town square, please.
Oh,
Right,
yep.
All right, yep. Let's get to the cart, John. We've parked it over here, remember?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Yep.
Yes.
Enjoy the
Off we
ceremony
go.
and stuff. Yeah.
I was walking down as well.
I'll just say to John, there are at least 3 people marked with the Stormlord in the city at this moment in time.
True. So if 2 of them went to him and explained,
But I've gone to a guard, and I'm marked with all of them.
Yep, and he thought you were homeless. I mean, I guess is true, technically.
I don't think we're gonna get anywhere tonight. I think we should reconvene tomorrow and see what happens. Because here, I have a plan. All right, hear me out.
I'm.
You know how I
had an
can
idea
make.
too, but I'm ready.
You know how I can make people pretend to be dead. And we happen to know a coffin maker. Do you get where I'm going here?
Yep. We
Right.
gotta take this individual out of town so they can be buried with their family.
Yes. See, because that's why the coffin makers, right? And if someone happened to die, I mean, as long as it was clearly stated what her intentions for burial were before she died, we could get her out.
I like it. The only trouble is that we now gotta get 2 people out of one hole.
In the meanwhile, Celeste and Ingue, you hear and then a knock.
Yes, who is it? Please, come in.
The door opens, and in front of you is a humanoid, well dressed, but he looks more like a wolf in his features. And he looks down and says, "Oh, isn't this a big of a predicament? Oh well, come out."
Can I climb up?
Not you, him!
Meow.
I know you're not a cat. Come on. It's time we have a talk, Ingue.
So, is it the top opening or is it like a secret
You
passage?
open, it's like you have a hole and then there's basically the floor and he opens the floor.
The floor?
Yeah, like
With
that's
a
where the
hatch.
door is.
We are
Like you're
under
just
the
put in
floor.
a hole. You're in the ground.
Right. Yeah.
Hey, Miss Celeste, can you pass me up?
He takes out a little pocket watch. Right. Come on, we don't have all day.
Yeah, I go with him.
Right. And as he lifts you up, you can see that all 4 guards are dead. All of them have their throats slit. You can stay down there if you want to, but you can come up as well. I don't really give 2 shits about you, young lady. Come on, Ingue. Let's have a proper conversation.
Yeah, I'll drop my wild shape.
Right. And he seems to not take care in the fact that he's in the middle of the street with 4 dead bodies. And people are walking back and forth, but doesn't seem to have realized it yet. Well, pleasure to meet your acquaintance. I was a friend of your mother's. Let's just say that the Pixie King wants to have a word anytime soon.
With me?
Consider this a introductionary gift. We have much to talk about.
How do I know where the Pixie King is?
He hands you a little, looks like a wooden coin. And when you look at it, not quite sure what this is because you haven't seen one of these things before. It looks like a coin of some sort. It says, well, guess my work here is done for now. I would just maybe suggest that you get the fuck out of here because this is gonna be a mess. And he boops you on the nose and walks away. And you're now stuck with 4 dead bodies in the middle of the street.
Mr. John Drakic, let's go to Mana's house.
Ingwe, come on, let's go this way.
I assume me and John are already there.
Ingwe, do
would have been out of there.
do the thing, and then she'll, as she's walking, disguise self as her elven like a half elven counterpart.
All good.
Ingwe will be Jam.
Right, no problem. That's just spells. That's doable.
Who was that?
I don't know. I think actually, do I recognize him from the vision? With the lady outside, was he in the vision with the stoner lady and the random insect?
What? Random insect?
Yeah, the house that ate us.
The house that ate us.
No.
No,
But you
reference. Yeah.
did see him in the vision when you touched the card. It was one of the individuals standing next to your mother.
Yes. Okay. Yep.
And he's a similar creature, it seems, to the one that was sitting on that throne at that vision.
Miss Celeste, do you want to have a look at this while we're walking?
What?
The man that got us out, he said if we want to go and see the Pixie King, I'm pretty sure that'll take us there. I don't know where that is though. If we can't go to the Feywild.
Okay. Look, I don't think that I need to cast a spell, and it takes me a while.
You can see what it is because you have seen this before.
I say as I open my hand to look at the thing that.
Poker chip.
Oh. Just a normal poker chip?
Just normal wooden poker chip.
Oh, I don't understand the significance.
You're not supposed to.
Well, I mean...
Like, it's just a normal poker chip. From, like, this is what people use for gambling type situation.
Does it have an image on it?
Nope.
Doesn't it have this poker chip belongs to Las Vegas?
No. Doesn't have anything on it, just a poker chip.
This is, like pretend money.
Oh.
Look, I can have a look at it in further detail later, but for right now, we need to go and get mana and get the hell out of here.
Yeah, let's go.
So at this point, you arrive at the Raven's Child, and Sean and Drakic, you have been met by a very well-packed, very ready Mana who's been waiting for probably 2 hours at this point. Confused.
Hey, Mana.
Hey, Mr. Sean and Mr. Drakic.
things got a little complicated, but we're on the right path. Things are going good now. We're probably going to be leaving real soon. By the way, Drekik, just got a message from Ingue. It seems they're on their way.
That solves that problem.
Mm-hmm.
You hear the alarm bells going off somewhere in the city.
It does not solve that problem.
Mm-hmm. Yep, something happened. Don't know what. They may not look like them when they get here. They tend to do that sometimes, and I imagine they're smart enough to do so.
I hope they're smart enough to do so.
We may need to get out of here real quick, Mono. We got a cart outside.
Okay.
We have an idea, worst case scenario. We might need to see a friend real quick before we leave, but we'll see how things go.
Oh, okay.
One moment. I just walk up to the bar, slam my fist out and go, ale, quick, please, Jacob.
Right. No problem. My name's Jake, by the way, not Jacob.
Oh, my bad.
And he pours ale out all across the bar. As many as you want.
1, 2, 3, 4. Struggle with the 5th one. And just hold the 6th one while waiting.
I'm very, very glad that we're all going to be like keen, sharp-minded. When we
Make Constitution save, Mr. Drekking.
I imagine John's like helping Mana get her stuff out into the cart and stuff. This comes back and just sees like 4 empty ales and 1 glass on his hand. It's like
10.
10. Oh, yeah, you're not feeling too great. You are functioning, but you're a little bloated.
I'm like, yep, I hit the spot. Been waiting too long for that.
Right.
Okay.
So Cole was back in town, by the way, if you haven't talked to him already.
I saw him on the way in.
Oh, great. Yeah,
Great
he's a great
spirits.
guy. Great guy, yeah. He's always so happy. It's almost disturbing.
I talked to him, trying to get him to teach me more about this Ran god. This Ran guy. Real cool.
Right. Yeah, I heard he's back again, eh?
Yeah. Been marked by him now, haven't I? Yeah.
Wow, that's pretty impressive. Well,
yeah.
I knew there was something special about you the first time you got drunk in this place.
Yeah.
Well, I say that to most of my customers. But anyway, enjoy.
How much do I owe you, by the way?
Don't worry, Chosen One. It's on me.
I'm gonna rain riches on you when this is all over. Trust me.
I'll be sending you an invoice.
Sean goes and grabs his arm and starts just like, oh man, long live the new future of this. We gotta go, Drekik.
Yeah, hail the new regime. Yeah, I get what it
I
is.
shoved the 6 ale into his hands like, this is yours.
Oh, thank you.
Let's go.
Start taking a sip, and as soon as Drekik's eye line goes past, he just puts it on the table and keeps walking.
Right, okay, yeah, I get it. Would you like some... Oh, no, never mind.
As you walk outside, John's looking around for Jam or Ingue or like any faces he recognizes.
Right. I'd say at this point you two arrive, and in the background you can see a lot of guards running towards what's the prison.
We got to go.
Yes, let's go.
Come on, I know it's a bit raining, but we gotta boot.
What happened?
Right.
He
Okay.
had some beverages.
You gave me no time. I needed to store up for later.
Then get them in a bottle, Dretic.
I got them in the cup. How else are you supposed to trick it?
Okay, just go.
John's hood up on the front. Going to, like, if going straight would go past where they were sort of captured.
So the right. So you'll go straight to get out, but right to go to the prison.
Okay, yeah.
So
straight.
left to the prison. Sorry. Yep. So you can go
Straight
down the
to
road.
exit as possible. Yep.
Get to the main exit, and the guards put spears
Hello?
in your way.
Hello, fellow.
Out there, we are looking for some individuals who seem to have escaped from prison and killed 4 guards. Looking for a young half-elven woman and a furball funky kind of creature. Have you two seen them? And you
I,
two?
Yeah, I saw them, but I saw them before they got that whole thing happened in the town square.
Right.
I haven't really seen them since then.
Deception check.
Oh, come on, Laura, come on, Laura. Oh, yes, 28.
Right. Okay. Okay. We're
Well,
not
I'll
really
be-
allowed to let anyone leave right now because of all this stuff going on. We have to search your cart.
Sure.
Oh,
You can search the cart, but please don't take long. I've very important mission from the gods right now. Gotta go.
Everyone in their fucking mission.
Yeah, well, look at this, brother. I got all of them to deal with. You probably only got like what, one?
Is he for real? I don't know.
he had
Sure
a
then.
he had a few drinks earlier. Sorry about him.
They go and start investigating the cart, but before they finish, you hear another voice. Oh yeah, I saw them. I saw both of them. I think they ran that way. And you see behind you, Cole is standing up against the wall, eating an apple and pointing the opposite side of where the prison is. I saw them right away, like it's 2 seconds ago. I didn't want to do anything. Obviously, they're dangerous. And the guard's like, right, let's go. You're free to leave. Come on. And they run off in the direction. And you are free to leave.
John's gonna drop like 4 gold off the side of the cart as we pass like Cole's area, just drop it on the floor.
See him casually walk over there and just bend down to clean his boots and pick up some gold. And,
As we're like careening out, Celeste will like turn around from the back of the cart and just mouth like,
And I'm just gonna be hanging out the cart going.
Just super subtle, super subtle.
And as you move off, you also see the gates now have the grate closing. But you managed to leave.
go.
Right. Where are you going?
Fucking north.
To the sky.
Is it north to the ivory class? If we
To
go-
the ivory
Northeast.
class.
Yeah. North
Oh, okay.
northward. Yeah. You can see the mountains where the foot of the mountain is. That's where the ivory clasp is. So yes, you can continue in that direction. It would take you a few days to get there though. But for now, you got the fuck out of there. Strangely enough. And eventually you'll have to make camp. And you have the option of doing it in the open, in the woods, or in between the two.
Still raining.
It's slightly raining. It's not like Australian fucking monsoon right now, but
It's cold. Can we travel through the night?
you can. It is also getting slightly warmer the further you travel north because of the region itself. There is a desert not so far away. You can travel through the night if you want to take a point of exhaustion.
Well, can we? So we can't sleep in the back.
You can
While
attempt.
someone-
I'd say that if you make a concentration check, you can attempt to sleep in the cart. But it's not really that pleasant.
Sean's happy to keep the reins and push through the night if everyone
Right.
wants to.
Well, Celeste will try. I can't guarantee that we won't accidentally stop for 4 hours. But she's more than happy to take a couple of hours to thank everyone for.
So who's keeping awake on purpose to do this? Sean,
It's probably just gonna collapse.
Celeste, Drekig is already unconscious. And Ingue, are you sleeping or are you also keeping guard or what are you doing?
I think if Celeste is gonna stay up and watch, then I'll rest in the back.
Okay,
She'll stay up for the first 4 hours.
okay. So the ones that you sleeping in the cart while moving, I need you to make a concentration check.
Concentration or constitution?
Concentration check. That's just.
Concentration.
I'm just gonna
Yep,
concentrate on
good,
sleeping.
good. I'm not very good at concentrating on sleeping in the cart. I rolled a 6.
All right, so you don't really get a night's sleep. It's annoying. It's bumpy. And Drekig,
I got a 15.
right? So you are out like a light. You are
Oh, yeah.
just snoring, which is probably why Ingue can't get any sleep.
The first good roll is because I'm drunk.
At one point, Ingue, you realize that Drekig is holding you like a baby and drooling a little bit on your shoulder, and it's just not possible to fall asleep because
Good kitty.
he's just drunk. And the rest of you two, you take a point of exhaustion, and so does Ingue. And you push through the night.
Wait, I was only sleeping for the first 4 hours. I wanted to try for the second.
Oh, sorry. Okay. Yep, you can go there.
Ah, this isn't working. Celeste, I'll go up the front. You see if
Right.
you can have a go.
Right.
Okay.
Make a concentration check.
It's a natural 12 plus. What's my constitution? No, concentration. Wait.
It's just 12.
It's just a
just give us a
concentration
roll.
check.
12.
Yep. So you fall asleep as well. You're not having a pleasant sleep, but you're having a sleep. So you can have a long rest, I guess, because you'll be traveling through the night, and so can Drekig. But the other two will get exhaustion points. And at some point, you realize that these two individuals sleeping in the back are almost hugging each other before falling to both opposite sides, one snoring louder than the other, due to the events that has just transpired. But eventually, 8 hours later, you two are fucking exhausted. But it is now morning, and it's around 11-ish, so it's pretty late when you left. The birds are singing, it's stopped raining, and the sun is warming.
What is
Should we-
Mana doing all this, by the way?
Would you have wanted her to do anything specific?
I would have encouraged her to sleep.
She would just have slept. She slept fine, like a baby. Slept in a basket.
Did we tell you how we got out?
Nah,
Oh,
no.
so what? I would have filled. If we're riding for 8 hours, I would have said, "Oh yeah, crazy. One of my mum's mates came and killed the guards and let me out and gave me. Oh shoot, I gave the thing to Celeste. When she wakes up, we'll have to look for it."
So just to clarify, just one of your mom's friends just happened to show up, like, "Hey, see you're in prison."
I get the impression they were like us, but like in 40 years' time. You know, like if anything happens to you, John, and you like are settled down with your family, and your son needs help, I'll be there. I think that's
Right.
maybe, or it could be that he's working for the Pixie King dude, and there's also a whole thing about the Pixie King that we're going to go and visit.
Yeah, that seems like another whole separate thing. Okay, yeah, I can see what you're saying with that first bit, but it just seems odd to me that they were there. Have they been following us? Is that what we're thinking?
Maybe. I'm pretty easy to track for my family.
Okay, is it similar to how you sort of keep track of people? That same
Yeah,
sort of-
that's why I collect all the things, right? And give things to people, because if you keep the things, then I can find you and
Right,
everyone and everything. Nature's really connected like that, right?
I mean, I'll take your word for it. If anyone's gonna know, it'd be you. But
I
No,
might
we-
wake Celeste up. I think she said 4 hours, right? Hey, Miss Celeste, can I have that coin?
Yes, sure. Here.
Hey, maybe we should stop for some breakfast. Do you want to pull over? Oh, look, that looks like a good spot up there, on the top of the hill, so we can see.
So here's actually quite flat. There's no hills here. It's more like a flat grassy field or a wood. There's some woods. That's kind of up to you.
I'd prefer to keep going until we really need to stop. We are fugitives on the run from a city that I guess just made Drekik And I sort of like stare over at drunken Drekik snoring in the back.
Yeah, but we don't.
Point of their future.
We don't. I reckon we should, just for an hour or so, if we stop and have some and give the horses a rest and eat some breakfast and I don't know.
Yeah.
And then we'll get going.
Good point. I feel like if I slow down for an hour, I'm gonna have trouble picking back up into it.
Yeah.
Would you like me to brew you a coffee as well, Jean?
That would be incredible.
I have the most terrible headache.
John steers a little bit towards a bump intentionally.
Ow. Bumpy road.
Can't help it.
You should like nudge him. Like, I can't lie.
Can't help it. Can. That's what I said.
And Drekik's just going to hear "can't help it" because he's still pain in his head.
Mm-hmm.
Eventually, you end up finding a spot and having a bit of a break. Having some breakfast, some coffee, resting a little bit. Not enough to remove the exhaustion, but it's enough to replenish the mind.
Do we think that man that came for us yesterday, something to do with that bird?
Oh yeah, maybe.
Just a thought crossed my mind. Here you go, John. Past you.
Oh, thank you. Yeah. So, Drekik, turns out it was Ingwe's mom's friend that broke him out.
Today is a day of family connections, it seems. Can I have one of those too, please, Celeste?
What? Maybe we should go and see if we can find the Pixie King before we go. If they're here, I would hate to catch the plane. Airship.
It's a plane.
I mean, we're on the plane.
Material?
On the plane.
Astral. Fire.
Plane travel?
Nine hills.
Can you send a message, Celeste, to the dude from last night and say, "Oh, I better check with you guys first. The Pixie King wants to see me to have a chat, and then he busted me out."
What is a Pixie King?
How? I imagine it's pretty small.
In any of the storybooks that my mum wrote, is there a Pixie King?
There was.
Yeah, see, it's like this. And I'll get the
Make a history check.
Have I
Actually,
ever
you
heard
don't
of
really
anything?
need that because technically you have the book still. So
I
don't
have
worry
the
about
book
it.
and
Yeah, so
rolled
you
a
have the
natural
book.
one.
Don't worry about that
I'll
part
find it.
because you already have the book. So there is a story about a Pixie King. So the story with the Pixie King is there once was a Pixie King who ruled the kingdom, but he ruled this kingdom with force and evil. And the princess was caught in his kingdom and wanted to escape. The only way that she could escape was to work for him. One day she tricked the Pixie King. Tricked the Pixie King into letting her go to help him. But she never came back.
Does it have any semblance to any sort of story I've ever heard of a Pixie King? Like, does it ring any bells?
No. It's not an official story in that sense. It's something that seems to have been made up in this specific book. It's not a like H.C. Andersen kind of fairy tale. It's not a famous one at all. But she was a little bit famous for her writing, but not globally like that.
Any pictures?
There's a drawing of like a pixie and a princess and such like that. And in a way, the princess is He's covered in a green dress. And you know that your mom's favorite dress is green.
Yeah, like I'd hate to leave this place and then have to come back.
Would you like me to have a look at that chip? And I mean, if it's magical in terms of summoning or teleporting, maybe you have to tell me.
Oh, yeah, yeah, I'm just trying to... Yeah, sure.
I'm just confused why a storybook creature wants to see you.
I don't know. But maybe... Well...
Is the Pixie King like a god for you or something?
No, like... So it's been really confusing since I've come here because... all the stories that my mum told me aren't quite right. But then, when I ask Mr. Jean to explain them, he always knows the right thing to say to explain the thing that my mum was saying in the story.
Right.
So, like when I met Mr. John, there was some zombies, and in my mum's story, zombies danced with people and left behind the gems, and there was no gems, physical gems. They were like metaphysical gems, and the gems was like the sense of family and togetherness, and that was the metaphor in the story. Wonder what the metaphor in this pixie story is. There was a princess, and she left and didn't come. Oh, maybe we shouldn't go and see the Pixie King. Maybe he'll trap me. Maybe I'm the new princess.
Shit, maybe.
Potentially. I've never heard of a story like this before, so I can't. I mean, if he was taken by your mother.
I've seen that thing before.
The Pixie King?
No, the thing.
Hello?
The chip.
Oh, it's Mana. Sorry. I'm like, why is it just the four of us?
You may not remember it, but we picked up mana yesterday. Yeah.
That's from the casino in Kronos.
Ah, cool.
I see these all the time. People try to pay with them. But yeah.
Okay. Oh well. Clear that up.
Interesting. Do you think it teleports us back to Kronos?
It's just a method of payment, I think.
I think when he left and I said, "Yeah, where can I find you?" And then he handed the thing. Now we know where to find him.
Oh, I thought that conversation said something about use this and it will take you to him, as in like, oh. Sorry, it's been a long, 48 hours. It's been a very long 48 hours.
Mrs. Mana, how much are they, really valuable? Is that why? Are we going to use this to pay for someone to teleport us to the Pixie King? Is that...
She takes it and has a look at them. Well, it has a few, rails on the side here, and that kind of just means that how much it's worth. This one's about 300 gold worth. It's not like one of the big ones. But you can play, I guess, with that in the casino. And then once you want to stop, you can get real money instead. It's just a token, really. I don't really play much, but I have been there once or twice doing the patrols.
300 gold is not one of the big ones. People just...
Yeah, no, of course. There's 300. There's 500, 700, 1,000, 2,000, 5,000... 10,000, and then there is 50,000, 100,000, and 1 million.
Though those aren't real numbers.
Oh, yeah, they correlate to how much gold is.
I refuse to believe someone can spend that in any semblance.
Well, I mean, we get a lot of high rollers, as they're called, really fancy people who come and spend a lot of money, and sometimes people are bored, so they spend money on that because they have to money. And obviously, we get money in the city.
Do you call them high rollers because they roll on their head a lot? Does that?
Well, most of the time they do. Like most of the people who have a lot of money to spend, they aren't very good at it. Like they aren't very good at playing. So, but I don't work in that industry. I just seen it from time to time. People complaining about losing, and
It's a very dangerous game.
Feel like if we go to this casino, I will be very angry. I'll keep it inside, but I'll see some things that I think will make me very angry. Just a heads up.
Those places are very dangerous, and people have been known to lose everything. I mean, one of the reasons that they use these tokens is to kind of separate you from your money. So when you're using a token in your head, you don't really correlate it to the amount of money, and then all of a sudden you've lost 200,000 gold, and you just see 2 tokens when in reality lost.
How much
It's also
gold?
safer. Like you don't have real money on you, so like there's no point in stealing it from someone else.
Yeah. No, I understand the concept of it. I used to play poker with a friend of mine. But it's just the quantity that's throwing me.
Well,
It's devilish.
just remember, Sean, that like I had an accident with my arm, right? So let's say you have 2 pieces of bread and you can use that any way you want, but you decide to just throw one away to the ducks. But I don't have any bread, but I have an apple instead. And I can give you the apple, I can eat the apple, and I might get angry that you're throwing away a piece of bread, but in reality it's your bread to do with, and I have something different that's better for me. You have a very big heart, so money doesn't mean anything. It's something you can't buy.
I would say money definitely means things. I understand the sentiment of what you're saying, but I feel like in this circumstance, we're not talking about a loaf of bread. Like I said, I gambled with friends. We used to play. I had a good friend of mine that I play poker with. We're talking about, an entire city's worth of bread that's just being thrown to the ducks.
Yeah, no.
Ducks need bread too.
I thought bread was bad for ducks.
What's
Yeah,
a duck?
But alcohol's bad for.
Right. I can see where this is going, and I'm gonna drink my coffee now.
Right, well, breakfast. Yes, it's not good to feed bread to ducks. I think it makes them gassy or something.
From the horse.
Perfect timing.
Makes them move faster in the water.
Get that
Well,
looked at one day, Janita.
I do apologize, Drekik, but I shan't be returning back to that place anytime soon.
No, that's fair. I also don't think I'm returning there anytime soon. I got what I needed. Got what I wanted.
Which was what exactly?
Some friends, I guess.
Oh. That's very nice.
I guess I'm still a bit drunk. Okay.
Alright, well.
We had a plan to bust you out, by the way.
Oh,
It
really?
was brilliant. Drekik has got some ideas.
Like, sometimes I have some ideas. You know that prank we were gonna play on John? And we know how we knew a coffin maker.
Oh, interesting.
Yes.
Very interesting. And yes,
So-
and if that man hadn't have come, then Ingue could have disguised himself as a rat and tucked himself in my pocket or something.
Yes, true. All I would have needed was to get close enough to, like, just lay a hand on you, and then you would have been...
Oh, that might have been difficult.
I'm sure we would have gotten a way to find that.
As you're having this conversation, you hear a sound. You look up. One of the airships is flying past. And it looks like it's fairly big. It's almost like it has a ship underneath, worthy for sea travel.
But you can just see
John
moving across the sky.
John runs.
You're
and
still
hides into
days away.
bushes.
Yeah. Right, make a stealth check.
Wait, what is he doing?
Diving
Still
into
hiding.
some bushes.
Oh.
That thing can't physically stay in the air. It's impossible.
I don't think Drakic's gonna join you because I don't think Drakic's seen these before either, has he?
You would have seen it because of the travel path. So you would
Okay,
have
yeah, I would've
seen
seen
it
it.
now and then, and you haven't really paid much attention. You've never seen one up close before, but
Yeah.
you've seen these shapes before. Down into
Yeah.
the sky.
3.
Okay.
And you can hear it playing loud music as well. Sounds like heavy metal almost. It's going towards the direction you're going in. You're still a few days off. But that's where we'll leave tonight's episode.
Yeah.
you go. Well, that became a very different scenario all of a sudden.
No idea what you mean. No idea what you mean.
Yeah, we're just gonna do this ceremony and then we'll get on to the next part. And nope,
Well, it turned out alright. Maybe.
Oh gosh, that was fun.
Man. Whew. I'm just running through like every event, just like, yep, that happened and that happened. That
I have
you
so
That was
many
a lot.
notes.
Yep.
Yeah, that's quite a bit of notes for today, maybe.
Yeah.
Very well. Shall we find someone to raid?
Ray.
Monsters and
The
raid
screen
hand.
searching.
Monsters and raid him.
Definitely not me. That's a 4.
Oh, I got a roll. I forgot. 10.
Roll.
Feet,
I
10.
also rolled a 4.
John, what did you get?
Oh, sorry. 6.
Oh gosh, I won.
You won with a 10.
Why is it every time we go to raid someone, it's always low rolls?
Yeah, it's all.
I don't really know. Like when I did the archers, like I rolled like 13s plus for every single roll almost. But
My
Can't seem
highest
to,
roll
like-
of the night was when I was drunk. Get some sleep.
it's a very valuable moment, though. Life lessons learned.
So there are a fair few options tonight, actually.
Ooh.
So I'm gonna try just narrow it down to a few that stand out to me. We have Phoenix Iwaki or Iwaki.
Yep. Great.
They are doing. Yeah, we've done them before. They're just starting as well, so they've got the starting soon screen up, so they're probably about to jump in. They don't always play games though. They sometimes do like creation stuff as well. So we'll see what they do. There is also Eldorian Tales, who are doing an 18 plus Finding Namus part 2 stream. Looks like it is part English, part Persian stream. There is a Mythic Odysseys Theros by Crub XD.
Okay.
And the last two are Eldritch Scribe doing their thing, Kingslayer episode 4, and Not Rob May doing Rising from the Last War, session 32.
So I think the last two, as far as I remember, we already rated them before.
Yes, yeah, I think
Yeah.
we've rated most of them. Eldorian Tales, Crub XD are the only two we haven't rated, I think.
I like the sound of crub.
Have you gone to the doctor recently? Have you been checked for crub?
You have crub.
This medication works against crub.
Anyway,
Just
we'll
so
be
you
nice to our
have
fellow
it.
streamers.
There we go.
When we get in there, if anyone has the Monsters of Mayhem emote, feel free to throw it in their chat, send them love.
Bam it.
Monsters
Yeah,
How
and
do you
raid
spell
him.
crub XD? Oh, there you go. That's how you spell it.
K-
Crub.
Crap.
KRUBXD.
Yeah.
There you go.
Shout out works.
Yeah.
Be nice, be full of love, and let's catch you all next Monday.
That's it. Raiding in 3.
Love you guys.
2, 1.
Bye.
Raid!